Thank you.
香港积极融入国家发展大局，对接国家发展战略，继续保持高度自由开放，同国际规则顺畅衔接的优势，在构建我国更大范围、更宽领域、更深层次对外开放新格局中发挥着重要功能。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Greater Bay Area Conference 2022 and the 25th anniversary celebration ceremony of China Daily Hong Kong edition. My name is Joyce Zhao from China Daily Hong Kong. It's a great honor to be part of the event today. On behalf of the conference organizers, China Daily and Hong Kong Coalition, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We appreciate you taking the time away from your busy schedules to join us here today. This is the 8th year of the GBA conference. With the theme of GBA, Integration Writes a New Chapter. We are delighted to have gathered top leaders and experts from renowned industries to discuss and share their insights and thoughts on some important issues facing us. Let us welcome our on-stage guests, and they are Honorable Mr. Andrew Leung Kwan Yun, President, Legislative Council, Hong Kong SAR. Mr. Huang Jingrui, Spokesperson and Director, Department of Media and Public Relations, Office of Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China in Hong Kong SAR. Ms. Maria Tan Wai Chu, Deputy Secretary General, Hong Kong Coalition. Mr. Martin Liao, Member of Legislative Council, Hong Kong SAR. Professor Edward K.Y. Chen, Honorary Professor, Hong Kong U Business School. Professor Chui-Lap Chi, Founding Member and President, the Hong Kong Academy of Sciences. Dr. Sunny Chai, Chairman, Hong Kong Science and Technology Park. Mr. Duncan Chiu, Member of Legislative Council, Hong Kong SAR. Mr. Raymond Yip, Chief Liaison Officer of Guangzhou Nansha Service Center in Hong Kong. Dr. Anthony Neal, Chair, Asian Academy of International Law. Professor K.C. Chen, Chairman, Willard Bank. Dr. Cui Li, Chief Economist, Managing Director, and Head of Macro Research, China Construction Bank International. Mr. Kassen Wen, Chairman, BOA International Financial Group. Ms. Tisa Ho, Executive Director, Hong Kong Arts Festival. Mr. Matthias Wu, Co-Artistic Director and Executive Director, SUNY Icosahedron. Professor Evan Yip, Adjunct Professor, Central Academy of Fine Arts. Mr. Zhou Li, Deputy Editor-in-Chief, China Daily Group, Publisher and Editor-in-Chief of China Daily Hong Kong and Asia Pacific. In addition to the 200 of you in this room, we have another hundreds of guests joining us online. Please allow me to welcome you all. Especially, we are very honored to have Consul Generals from 30 countries, including Argentina, Austria, Bangladesh, Bahrain, Brunei, Cambodia, Egypt, Hungary, Indonesia, Iran, Italy, Israel, Kazakhstan, Republic of Korea, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Nigeria, Pakistan, Peru, Philippines, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, South Africa, Turkey, Vietnam, Venezuela, and the United Arab Emirates. Welcome and thank you all. Now, to formally kick off our event this morning, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Chu Yingpu, Publisher and Editor-in-Chief of China Daily, to deliver the welcome remarks. Let's take a look at the screen.
Distinguished guests, the Honorable Mr. Xi Weilong, Vice Chairman of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, the Honorable Mr. Jiang Li-Ka-Chu, Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR, and Ms. Maria Tan Wai-ju, Deputy Secretary General of Hong Kong Coalition, our eminent panel of speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and a warm welcome to a special edition of China Daily's Greater Bay Area Conference. The GBA Conference is the flagship annual public forum hosted by China Daily's Hong Kong edition. This is where we invite some of the finest minds in the region to unravel the nuances embedded in the idea of the Greater Bay Area, which, as you are all well aware, is an 11-city cluster comprising Hong Kong, Macau, and 9 other cities in the Pearl River Delta, tied to each other in the spirit of economic and cultural collaboration. This is also where our guests get a glimpse of how this story of progress and prosperity based on regional cooperation and resource sharing is expected to shape up going forward. This edition of the GBA conference is indeed rather special, as we are also celebrating 25 years of China Daily's Hong Kong edition today. For 25 years, China Daily's Hong Kong edition has been a trusted source of news and views from the SAR. Taking full advantage of its strategic location, the Hong Kong edition has performed the all-important tasks of interpreting China for an international audience with diligence and clarity for 25 years. My heartfelt kudos to colleagues whose tireless efforts over the years have turned China Daily Hong Kong edition into a respected and sought-after news source and a force to reckon with in the region's media. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have put together 3 panels that will hopefully enhance your understanding of the factors driving development in the GBA. We cover a broad spectrum here, from geopolitics to finance, from culture to technology and innovation. When President Xi Jinping visited Hong Kong in July to mark the 25th anniversary of the city's return to the motherland, he expressed great confidence in Hong Kong's potential to become the country's international innovation and technology hub. Today, we will hear from our experts how that process is already underway and how Hong Kong might contribute to raising the tech profile of a fellow GBA member city, Shenzhen, internationally. In his 25th anniversary speech, President Xi pledged, and I quote, full support to Hong Kong in its effort to seize historic opportunities offered by China's development and actively dovetail itself with the 14th Five-Year Plan and other national strategies, such as the development of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area. And it is expected that the upcoming 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, a key meeting of great significance, will map out a new blueprint for China's development in the next 5 years and beyond. I believe this will bring fresh opportunities and benefits to the Greater Bay Area. But will Hong Kong be able to take advantage of the tremendous scope for growth that it is being offered? Will it be able to use its financial services and legal assistance facilities to boost trade ties between fellow GBA member cities and their international partners? How effective is its role as a cultural bridge connecting the GBA with the rest of the world going to be? And what does Hong Kong stand to gain in the process? I hope to find some well-thought-out responses to these questions at today's event. Thank you for coming this morning. Enjoy the talks and the birthday party.
Thank you, Mr. Chu, for pre-recording this video for the conference. Now, may I invite our co-organizer, Ms. Maria Tam Wai Chu, Deputy Secretary General, Hong Kong Coalition, to come to the podium and deliver her welcome remarks. Ms. Tam, please.
Mr. Chi, the Honorable C.Y. Leung, the Honorable Li Jiaqiao, Chief Executive of Hong Kong SAR, the Honorable Andrew Leung, distinguished guests, panel chairs, and speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to represent the Hong Kong Coalition to welcome you to the Forum on GBA Integration Writes a New Chapter. The Coalition deeply appreciates the China Daily in inviting us to co-organize this meaningful forum, and we also congratulate the China Daily on the 25th anniversary of its Hong Kong publications and their excellent work in presenting to the world China's success stories and the message of peace and multilateral global cooperation between nations. I also thank the Hon. C.Y. Leung and the Hon. Li Jiaqiao, who's going to make the keynote address and no doubt will give us guidance on how to write this new chapter. In the last 5 years, the GBA project, as conceived by President Xi Jinping, has proved to be a powerful engine to drive economic growth and technological development in China, and its achievements are recognized abroad. In 2017, the total GBA GDP was about $2.4 trillion, and 17 of its corporations were ranked among the top World 500. In 2021, the total GBA GDP is $12.6 trillion, and 25 of its corporations are in the top World 500. The GBA has over 50 unicorns and over 1,000 incubators. And there are over 60,000 high-tech companies in Guangdong province, most of them in the GBA. Guangdong province has the highest GDP amongst all the provinces in China, and a complete chain of economic activities, primary, secondary, manufacturing, and services. The third sector is comparatively less strong as the first two. Forgive me for saying so, but this is golden opportunity for Hong Kong, for we can play a vital role with our strong third sector services and our links to the world markets. This is a perfect combination to create an even more powerful economic growth engine, as anticipated by the National 14th Five-Year Plan. At the same time, the Hong Kong government published the Hong Kong Northern Metropolis Strategy to cover an area of 300 square kilometers, which will form two cities, that's Hong Kong and Shenzhen, and three circles, that is Shenzhen Quality Development Circle, Hong Kong-Shenzhen Close Interactive Circle, and Mers Bay, Yanzhou Tong, Eco-Recreation Tourism Circle, which will be linked up by transport infrastructure and easy access of movement of daily travelers. In other words, a truly one-hour travel zone for the GBA residents. So the key word here is integration. Our theme today is about integration, not only infrastructural integration in our transport and communication networks, but also in our rules and regulations, administrative and professional practices, and cooperation. In September 2021, the plan for comprehensive deepening reform and opening up of the Shanghai, Shenzhen, Hong Kong Modern Services Industrial Cooperation Zone was launched to establish a new framework for closer technological exchange and advancement. In the same year, the Guangdong provincial authorities permitted research funds to be allocated to Hong Kong and Macau, and 20 laboratories were set up for joint research and experiments. Also, in September 2021, the GBA Cross-Boundary Wealth Management Connect was launched, and now over 60 banks are participating in this scheme. On the cultural and tourism front, the Cultural and Tourism Development Plan for Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area unfolded, and 9 Hong Kong projects obtained funding from the National Arts Foundation to support Hong Kong in the protection of intangible cultural heritage. I know that honored guests will hear from today's speaker and experts their experience and insight on the key roles played by innovation and technology in Hong Kong, the new growth drives for financial market interconnectivity in the GBA, and strengthening the exchanges and cooperation, developing a cultural hub in the GBA. I thank everyone of the distinguished speakers and panel chairs for coming to today's forum. They are indeed leaders in the technological, financial services, and cultural exchange fields. And I, for one, know I shall be greatly enriched in my understanding of Hong Kong's future through sharing their knowledge. And I'm sure you will feel the same. Please enjoy the forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tam, for your guidance for the conference. Please take a seat. Now, please welcome the Honorable Mr. C.Y. Leung, Vice Chairman, the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, to deliver his keynote address. Mr. Leung is on business trip right now, and he has pre-recorded a video for us. Let's take a look.
Chief Executive Mr. Chu Ying-po, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very pleased to join you all at this year's Greater Bay Area Conference. First of all, let me offer China Daily my sincere congratulations on its 25th anniversary. In 25 years, China Daily has extended its reach in and beyond the country and has, at the same time, enhanced its international following and influence. It is now a major, comprehensive, and reliable source of information on the country's latest developments, including, of course, the subject of today's conference, the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area. Integration of the 9 GBA cities in Guangdong and the Hong Kong and Macau SARs will, as in the case of nuclear fusion, release new energy of a magnitude not experienced before, not only for the GBA but for other cities in the region. For integration, we need resources in the 9+2 cities to be joined up. Therefore, we need better cross-boundary mobility of such resources, be they talents, capital, goods, or electronic data. And we need to know across the boundary which resources should be going where. And we should know at the first opportunity in the new chapter what restrictions on such movements have been relaxed or lifted. So knowledge about the changing situations on the other side of the tiny Shenzhen River is key. In the past 2.5 years, I have kept up with my frequent travels in Guangdong. I've seen and heard new things, things of consequence. Do you know that the throughput of the container port in Nansha has caught up with Kwaichong? Our shipping roads vis-a-vis the mainland has begun to reverse, and that goods destined for Hong Kong are shipped to the Nansha container terminal and warehoused there for forwarding to Hong Kong. Do we know that Nansha has a land area of 803 square kilometers, larger than Singapore, and that the rent for a 1,200 square foot new duplex apartment in a good neighborhood is only about 4,000 renminbi a month? An international-style Hong Kong community with a land area of 1 square kilometer has been laid out with the key input of Hong Kong planning professionals. Do we know that personal income tax concessions are now on offer in Nansha for Hong Kong residents so that the excess over what would be paid in Hong Kong by the same taxpayer will be waived? Do we know that the definition of Hong Kong residents has been relaxed to include also non-permanent residents who are not Chinese nationals? And then the Chinese customs have released new measures to support the full-scale and well-facing cooperation between Nansha and Hong Kong/Macau. These measures include the freer flow of materials for biomedicine research, the support for the development of international logistics center, of cross-boundary e-commerce, and of aircraft leasing business. Now, did any of the above surprise you? The Guangdong GBA cities have been transparent and proactive in pushing the messages over, but they are simply not picked up and not covered enough by the Hong Kong audience, not enough. We do not come across these important and new chapters that are crucial to the integration of Hong Kong with the GBA Guangdong cities. They are not detailed reports by the Hong Kong media or analysis by Hong Kong research institutes or commentaries by Hong Kong opinion leaders. Our eyes and ears are not in the Guangdong GBA cities. Of course, the pandemic and the travel restrictions are in the way. But I just thought that Hong Kong should know the consequences of not braving the travel quarantine to get into Guangdong. The knowledge gap is getting wider. And if the travel restriction is the only reason for not being there on the ground, we should ask what plans are there for media reporters and researchers to hop over after the pandemic. If the media and the research institutes do not have a significant enough direct business interest to cover the Guangdong GBA cities, then what about the chambers of commerce and the professional bodies whose members are keenly interested in the GBA integration, and some of whom have such large cash reserves that the collection of membership fees has been suspended? It is easy and expensive for media organizations, research institutes, chambers of commerce, and professional bodies to set up permanent branches in Guangdong GBA cities, for Hong Kong to have eyes and ears, arms and legs, and voices on the ground. I could help. Anything from business registration to staff recruitment. Ladies and gentlemen, the GBA has been on our lips for 5 years now. We need actions. Seeing is believing. The 9 cities on the other side of the Shenzhen River are huge and opportunities diverse. What it means is that Hong Kong has to double up the efforts of exploring, researching, studying, comparing, tea-sipping, and engaging on the other side of the river. We should, as the most international city in the GBA, reinforce our advantage as a ship connector to share our knowledge of the GBA Guangdong cities to entice our international business partners. This is the unique advantage that can be used to put Hong Kong on the world map again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leung, for the insights and guidance. I'm sure this will serve as an inspiration for this very important subject. Now, please welcome the Honorable Mr. Zhuang Li Ka-Chiu, Chief Executive, Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, for his keynote address. The Chief Executive is busy working on his maiden policy address and also pre-recorded video for this conference. Let's take a look.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to virtually join the Greater Bay Area Conference 2022 and the 25th anniversary ceremony of China Daily Hong Kong edition. I would like to begin by wishing China Daily Hong Kong edition a very happy birthday and congratulate you on your remarkable achievements of providing authoritative news coverage and insightful analysis to your readers in the past quarter century. Hong Kong returned to the motherland in the same year as the establishment of China Daily Hong Kong edition. This year not only marks the 25th anniversary of the establishment of the Hong Kong SAR, it is also a new start, a new chapter for us with the beginning of the 6th term SAR government. Since our return to the motherland, Hong Kong has been blessed with the unique institutional strength provided under the one country, two systems principle and the steadfast support of the country. In his important speech delivered in Hong Kong on July the 1st, President Xi Jinping reiterated the central government's full support for Hong Kong to maintain its distinctive status and advantages, to seize the historic opportunities offered by the country's development, and to actively dovetail itself with the National 14th Five-Year Plan and other national strategies such as the development of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area. As one of the core cities of the Greater Bay Area, Hong Kong will leverage our highly market-oriented and internationalized business environment, our well-developed professional service sectors, as well as our status as an international financial, trade, and shipping center to join hands with the other Greater Bay Area cities in developing a world-class city cluster for living, traveling, and working. As the world's freest economy and the largest offshore renminbi business center, Hong Kong is the ideal gateway to connect international investors with the mainland on the one hand and help channel mainland funds to the global market on the other. The Cross-Boundary Wealth Management Connect scheme launched last year and the recently promulgated 18 measures for supporting Hong Kong venture capital investments in Qianhai of Shenzhen are good examples of innovative financial policy initiatives under the Greater Bay Area development. On innovation and technology, Hong Kong and Shenzhen are teaming up to take forward the development of the Shenzhen-Hong Kong Innovation and Technology Cooperation Zone by giving a full play to our respective strengths in basic scientific research and advanced manufacturing. The proposed development of the Santin Technopole in the northern metropolis will significantly increase the supply of land for innovation and technology uses. In addition to building the necessary infrastructure, Hong Kong and Shenzhen have launched a joint policy package to attract talents and enterprises around the world. This will facilitate our participation in the development of a world-class innovation and technology hub in the Greater Bay Area. Culture is another area with great potential for collaboration. The 14th five-year plan supports Hong Kong's development into an East-Meets-West center for international cultural exchange. With the state-of-the-art facilities opened in the West Kowloon Cultural District, such as the Hong Kong Palace Museum and the M+, as well as those in the pipeline, we endeavor to establish the district as the cultural hub of the Greater Bay Area and our country's premier venue for exhibiting cultural relics and artworks. The above are just a few examples of the initiatives we have embarked on to contribute to the development of the Greater Bay Area. I'm confident that as Hong Kong and other Greater Bay Area cities continue to collaborate closely and to complement one another, there's much more we can achieve that will bring about enormous opportunities for our people, for our businesses, and our communities. Together, we can write a new chapter with a promising future for the Greater Bay Area. And with this new chapter, we will be able to tell the good stories of the Greater Bay Area in the global arena. Last but not least, I would like to thank China Daily and Hong Kong Coalition for organizing this conference for political and business leaders, as well as members of the academic community to share their insights on the important subject of Greater Bay Area development. I wish the conference every success and all participants a rewarding day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Executive, for the insights and guidance. Everyone is looking forward to the first policy address, which I'm sure will add more illumination for your remarks today. Today is a special day for China Daily as we celebrate our 25th anniversary of publication in Hong Kong. It marks a milestone in our venture, which began in that memorable year of 1997. Now, may we invite Mr. Zhou Li, publisher and editor-in-chief of China Daily Hong Kong, to give us a few words. Mr. Zhou, please.
Honorable Andrew Leong, Maria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, old and new, a very good morning to all of you. Today, China Daily Hong Kong is 25 years old, or as we prefer to put it, 25 years young, powered by the energy and the robust health of youth and matured with experience. We have come a long way since 1997. In retrospect, I think not only did we start a new channel of communication between the city's community and the Chinese mainland, and thereby add an important new voice to the local media, but also we open up a new window for Hong Kong readers and the Anglophone world, helping them to gain a better understanding of the Chinese mainland and its development programs. We also help unpack the idea of one country, two systems, and articulate its ambitions. We played an ambassadorial role in helping China to forge stronger political and economic ties with other countries and set up social and cultural exchanges. Today, as we celebrate our 25th anniversary, let me share with you two photos from China Daily Hong Kong's album. The first was taken on October 5th, 1997. You can see 13 of my colleagues here, most of them from Beijing, hard at work in a Crown office as they put together the pages of China Daily Hong Kong first edition. Back then, we started with small stuff, but a big dream. Our dream was to have China Daily Hong Kong contribute to the Hong Kong community and in turn be counted as a key player among the city's media. Let's move on to the second photo. This one captures a happy moment from Hong Kong News Awards. In June this year, our journalists picked up 10 prizes that day. Over the past years, fine journalism produced by my colleagues has been recognized here in Hong Kong as well as internationally. Altogether, we have garnered 105 prizes at Hong Kong News Awards and 11 international news accolades since 2010, which make us one of the few Chinese media to have been rewarded internationally. I feel honored and humbled by such recognition of the hard work put in by my colleagues. We have come a long way since we launched our print edition 25 years ago. Now we have multimedia platforms of disseminating information, and that includes artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and metaverse products. I'm afraid I cannot demonstrate all of them to you today, as that would require use of special gear. Instead, we thought of celebrating our special day with you in a more traditional way. On your desk, you will find a photo book of Hong Kong 180 projects. It sets out to tell a very different Hong Kong story. Through 180-degree panoramas, we show the remarkably diverse geography of this ever-developing region and challenge even those who think they know Hong Kong well not to be surprised by some of the images. If that piques your interest, please check out our booth in the foyer for more information about the virtual exhibition and limited NFT and print sales. Looking forward, I feel the story of China Daily Hong Kong can only get better from here. We are lucky to be operating out of a city where people are known for the trademark resilience and the lion rock spirit. Backed with your support, our goal seems achievable. The best is yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for walking us through this journey of 25 years growing with Hong Kong. We have been a proud partner with Hong Kong in its spectacular growth and development in the past 2.5 decades, since China Daily Hong Kong was launched in the city in conjunction with Hong Kong's return to the motherland in 1997. We are proud of the achievements of one country, two systems, and the role we have played in fostering the spirit of cooperation. This year has been particularly auspicious for all of us. It's a triple momentous occasion. As China Daily Hong Kong edition celebrates its 25th birthday, we are also commemorating the 73rd anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China and the 25th anniversary of the establishment of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. So, we have prepared the national and the Hong Kong SAR flags for celebrations. Please find them on your desks. Now, may I invite all the guests, please stand up. Please stand up for a group photo. And shall we wave the flags to cheer for the country, to cheer for Hong Kong, and cheer for China Daily Hong Kong edition? May I invite all the guests in the hall to wave your flags and say cheers together. So I will count to 3 and let's say cheers together. 1, 2, 3. Cheers! The best is to come. Happy birthday. Okay, please take a look at the first camera in the middle. Okay, please look near the back of the room for our media partners. Please remember to keep smiling and waving your flags. Thank you so much. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, now that concludes our opening ceremony. Let's put our hands together again for all our guests today. Later on, we will move on to the panel discussion. And may I now invite all our officiating guests to come down from the stage and take a seat for the panel discussion later. Please be careful. Today's conference will be conducted in English and Mandarin. If you need simultaneous interpretation, please get an SI headset from the registration desk or ask one of our colleagues around the room for help. On the headset, Channel 1 is in English, while Channel 2 is in Mandarin. Our first panel discussion is about the key roles played by innovation and technology in Hong Kong. It gives me a great honor to introduce our panel chair for the first session, Professor Choi Lap Chi, founding member and president, the Hong Kong Academy of Sciences. Professor Choi, please. Joining Professor Choi on stage are our panelists, and they are Dr. Sunny Chai, Chairman, Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, Mr. Duncan Chu, Member of Legislative Council, Mr. Raymond Ip, Chief Liaison Officer of Guangzhou Nansha Service Center in Hong Kong. Welcome to the stage. Welcome all. Before the session starts, may I invite Mr. Zhou Li and Ms. Maria Tam to come to the stage and take a group photo. Please look at... Could you please come to the stage? Thank you. Thank you very much. Please look at the camera in the front. Thank you. May I invite Ms. Zhou and Ms. Tam to come down from the stage and take a seat for the panel discussion. May I invite all the panelists and the moderators to take a seat. Please be reminded that if you have any questions for the panel speakers, you're welcome to submit your questions by using the event app or raise your hand for the microphone. Our staff will come to you. You can also scan the mobile version QR code or web version QR code, which are printed on your table 10 card to get more details about our event. For the online audiences, you're welcome to submit your questions in the Q&A section. I will now pass the floor to Professor Choi. Professor Choi, please.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm really pleased to be the moderator of this first panel discussion. And actually, science and technology is probably one of the main reasons that I returned to Hong Kong 20 years ago. And so you're talking on a subject that's dear to my heart. Of course, I have lots to say on this subject, and that's why the organizer asked me to be the moderator, so I can just sit here and moderate. So, but just to introduce the subject, and for today's discussion, I think we need to come back a little bit why we have this topic. And I was given some notes to say. And then according to the 14th five-year plan, there's a clear indication that they also repeated, emphasized by President Xi, that Hong Kong is to be the international science and innovation technology of the region. Okay? And then I say it with this little stuttering because in Hong Kong, you always say innovation and technology. I'm not going to debate the difference between technology and innovation and technology. I think the panelists here, they all know the difference, but perhaps we can elaborate on that in a little bit. And it's a big difference, not just the two words in reverse. You know, that's number one. The purpose is to discuss this topic. And the topic is to see what Hong Kong can play in this science and technology era. All right? We have three eminent panelists here. I was reading, or actually searching for their CV, and then I think they're all described in this booklet. I hope they're there. Is it there? Anyway, I was given a long CV by, the organizer. Are they there, your CV in the booklet? If not, I have to repeat it here. Okay, the first one on my left is Dr. Sunny Chai, the chairman of Science and Technology Park, and he has a lot of public service work, a long list. In fact, let me search for the list. I'm not going to read them all to you because it'll take a long time. And the important thing is that besides his work in his own company, Fuktian, and he serves on something like 12 or 15 different public services. And then he has a very interesting background. He graduated with a science degree, and then moved on to study an MBA or EMBA, and then finally he got an engineering degree. So very complex or very rich background. Okay, and you see or hear from his comments later. The second one is Duncan Chu, and I also have his list. And Duncan is very moderate. He has a shorter CV, but very condensed. He actually is really committed to the technology and innovation development, exactly like what I had, 20 years. Okay, he is not only a tech entrepreneur, he's also a strong investor, a veteran investor in science and technology, as well as an influential advocate of local INT policies. Because of that, he's often speaks in forums and conferences and to promote startup culture and helps young entrepreneurs with workshops and mentorship. He's currently the president of the Hong Kong Information Technology Justice Joint Council, and he's also convener Innovation for Future, and he has a think tank, and I know him very well. He had his business connection as well as his public works. And then last but not least, even though Mr. Raymond Yip's CV says he's from the Guangzhou Nansha Service Center, but he's stationed actually in Hong Kong, and he's well known to the Hong Kong community, for he worked in the TDC for quite some time. And then he was the Deputy Executive Director there, and he's now the Chief Liaison Officer of Guangzhou Nansha Service Center in Hong Kong. And of course, you heard a lot of this introduction by Mr. Leung earlier, and then he is actually one of the chief persons. In fact, I just spilled my water onto these papers. Anyway, so how do you see this topic of today's discussion? Integration writes a new chapter. And then this panel talks about the key roles played by innovation technology in Hong Kong. Yet I'm going to be critical. Yes, I was reminded by the organizer that we have to be interactive, we have to be critical, and we have to be innovative in coming up with solutions. All right? So, Hong Kong has the traditional industries, the four so-called traditional industries, namely financial services, tourism, trading, and logistics, and professional services. So what is today's strategic importance of develop Hong Kong's innovation and technology sector? So that was the first question given to the panelists. That's the easy one, so they should all be able to elaborate on that. But I hope you can talk about a little bit more than just this topic and use your time. You have actually 5 minutes to say your piece first, right? So you have 5 minutes, not just on this topic, but anything else. Please, Sunny.
Okay. Thank you, Lapchi. First of all, it's my privilege to be invited by China Daily and Hong Kong Coalition to share my thoughts with you. In this opening speech by both Honorable C.Y. Leung and Honorable John Lee mentioned that we have a great support from President Xi and our motherland to build Hong Kong a better future, and especially in the INT. And it was also our privilege to have President Xi visit to Science Park on June 30th. And I recall in his speech to us, he said Hong Kong has a good INT foundation, but also has a great potential. And after he went to Science Park, he also said, 我心里有底, which means he can imagine what Hong Kong INT could be in the future. So with all that, and according to the 14th five-year plan, Hong Kong is specified to be an international INT hub, which was also mentioned by our on-board opening speech. And according to, like Lab Chi said, whether it's INT or TNI, I leave it to you to further elaborate. But for Hong Kong, I mean, if we look at Hong Kong in the past 2 or 3 decades, we've been building very well as a financial sector. But did we de-emphasize INT? I would say no, because in 2001, with the research from Professor Tin Chang Lam, we have started to build Science Park and also our R&D centers, which set the foundation of where we are today. And of course, in the recent 2 terms of government from CY and Kerry, and also I'm definitely confident that John will continue with that, Hong Kong government has invested more than 150 billion Hong Kong dollars in INT. This is, to me, a golden age for doing INT in Hong Kong. And Hong Kong as an integral part of a GBA, we definitely have a role to play. And in the last policy address, Maria mentioned about Northern Metropolis, and also in the policy address was mentioned about the land recognition outside Science Park. And altogether, we are talking about more than 250 hectares of additional INT land resources comparing to what we have today. So at Science Park today, we have more than 1,100 tech companies, a working population there of 18,000 with 11,000 R&D people, which is about 1/5 to 1/4 of R&D people in Hong Kong, including university and institute researchers. So with what I just said, the additional INT land, 4 times of what we have today. So we'll be looking for more than 4 times of R&D talents in the future. So to me, I'm very confident in the next decades that Hong Kong will be achieving our role as an international INT hub. Thank you, Lab Chi.
Thank you, Sunny. Duncan?
Thank you, Professor. I want to take a minute. I think I don't have to mention the importance of building up the tech ecosystem in Hong Kong. We need a new industry, a very important industry to support our economic growth. And everywhere in the world is building the tech dev and the tech ecosystem. So I think that's a must. I've been involved in the tech industry for, I think I started my first investment in 1998. So I would say, I get back to Professors, you mentioned the INT TNI discussion. I want to spend a minute on that. I think looking back into the 20-something years of tech development in Hong Kong, I mean, after the Mr. Tong's era, we have the blueprint, and then, you know, the financial bubble actually took a big hit globally. So I think we scrapped the tech innovation and investments for maybe a period of 10 years. We get our bureau combined into CEDB in 2006, right? And then I think we went on the streets, and as a tech practitioners, we always urged the government to have better initiative, more focus on tech. And finally, in 2016, we have our ITB reinstated. And after that, since then, Sunny mentioned we have 150 billion investments into tech. So I would say actually our new cycle investment of initiative into technology were just like 7-8 years. And over the time period, previously most of the tech practitioners in Hong Kong were doing services, applications. They use technology to provide service to other industry. So it's actually like a service industries in Hong Kong. We don't have too much of our self-grown entrepreneurs, Hong Kong local products, software services, etc., etc. So we went from IT and then we go into ICT. We combine communications into IT, make it a bigger pie. And starting from last year to sync and align with the 14th Five-Year Plan, it's been renamed as Tech and Innovation. So the sector also include not just IT practitioners, not just service provider, but academias, research teams. That actually meaning, looking at these last 10 years when we're building the ecosystem in Hong Kong, is ever expanding. So we went from just practitioner, service provider, to academia, researchers. We want to have integration between research, basic research, into commercializations, into businesses. And now, the new bureau is TII, so Tech, Innovation, and Industrial. So that goes one step further. So we are ever expanding the scope of the tech we want to build. And next, definitely GBA, what we're going into later. But, that took me a few minutes to go sideways. But my original script is actually, I want to spend, if I'm allowed, spend a few more minutes on telling you the tech ecosystems in Hong Kong, because I've been very involved in the startup era in Hong Kong. So, I want you to all share with our little success for the last few years, certainly a key part in building up in Hong Kong. Looking at the unicorns that we have, we have more than a dozen unicorns with this last 10 years or less than 10 years investments. And out of these unicorns that we have, 18, some said, but more than a dozen definitely. Looking deeply into them, I think 80% of them use Hong Kong as a startup and build into mainland China to grow their business. So build here and grow in mainland. Maybe 20-30% they grow internationally and not involve business in China, in mainland. So, that we definitely, in the next stage, we have to reinforce this and reduce the business frictions. That's the thing we have to talk about in the GBA entrance, how to reduce business frictions of companies starting in Hong Kong going to mainland. And globally, we have to have attractions for global talents coming to Hong Kong to start a company. So I would say these are the things that we have to focus in, getting more global talents in Hong Kong and reduce business friction into mainland. And in terms of business mix, look into the unicorns that we have. I would say 60% are business application innovations. There are people from maybe banking sector, finance sector, logistics, and, they have experience in certain business line, and then they come out and build a successful startup. And then 40% were people coming out from universities, research team, people do lifetime research and bring it out from university, commercialize, and then expand market. And this 60-40 ratio, I think, are things we have to improve. With the new 14th Five-Year Plan, with the focus for Hong Kong, I would say we have to reverse that to maybe 60-40. We want more business innovation. We want more innovation coming out from universities, being commercialized with deep research, tech barrier for entry, and this kind of company that also we can service the growth of mainland into a tech global economy. So these are things we have to talk about in terms of our GBA discussions, in what area we can help the company to excel in Hong Kong and build up successful startups. And I did a submission to the government for the policy address. I don't have time for that, but we briefly mentioned a 4x4 matrix, where I think the government should take focus into certain verticals in technology and focus the resources in and to build that into not just in Hong Kong as a base, at GBA as a base, and globally. But I'll elaborate into that later. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Duncan. One thing I forgot to mention, he's actually a member of the Legislative Council, really pushing for innovation and technology there. Anyway, so the last person on the podium over here is Raymond.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Good morning, everybody. Very happy to be here, and I also congratulate the organizer, China Daily, for its 25th anniversary. I represent the Lansha Hong Kong Service Center, which is the office opened by the Lansha government, district government, in July. I'm its chief liaison officer in Hong Kong. So please allow me to do a bit of advertising for Lansha. Firstly, I would like to begin by just taking a quick survey of who has been to Lansha recently. I mean, just before the pandemic. Can you raise your hands?
Before the pandemic.
So, very few. Thank you very much. Usually, around less than 10% or sometimes 5% of the audience has been to Lansha, which is understandable. It used to be the backwaters of Guangzhou. But today, it is the magnet for international trade, for technology, for startups, for a lot of things, for maritime logistics services. So I'm going to tell you what you're going to hear is something that you wish you could hear earlier, but it's not too late now. Lansha is actually, firstly, why Lansha? Lansha is actually the geographical center of the whole Greater Bay Area, almost equal distance from all the 11 cities in the Greater Bay Area. Today, we're talking about a half an hour living or transport circle. That means you can reach all the 10 other cities in the Greater Bay Area within half an hour. Today, you can travel from West Kowloon by high-speed train to Lansha, Qingxing station in 25 minutes. There's been talk of building a maglev train that travels at 600 kilometers an hour that will cut the commuting time between Lansha and Hong Kong to only 10 minutes. Closer, shorter time than going to Mong Kok from here. So Lansha is a very prestigious, the strategic location, being the center. The other advantage of Lansha is also a technology hub. Many people might not know, Lansha is actually the third largest shipbuilding center in China, ranking after Shanghai and Dalian. And Lansha's port is also the largest port hub in southern China. By the way, it is the first fully automated port in southern China today. Some of the technologies like AI and 5G technology, automated driving, everything, some of these things are developed by the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, which incidentally opened a very big campus in September last month, which has twice the size of the Clearwater Bay campus. The other advantage of Lansha is that it places a lot of emphasis on research and development. Today, R&D accounts for 3.6% of Lansha's GDP, which is a very high percentage. It also focuses very much on developing new cutting-edge technologies, future technologies that the Greater Bay Area and even the world needs. It manufactures cars. The Toyota plant in Lansha turns out 1 million cars per year, which is one of the biggest outside Japan. They manufacture rockets in Lansha, and Lansha also has the country's biggest home port for cruise ships. And it also explores fire ice in the South China Sea. And there are many, many technologies being actively explored in Lansha. And apart from that, they also have very favorable policies towards technology, because in the master plan, Lansha was given 5 big missions to accomplish, one of which is to develop a base for innovation and technological cooperation with Hong Kong and with Hong Kong through Hong Kong to the world. So thereby it also rolls out very innovative policies of clustering of talents. It is the first district in China to have a talent special zone that has special policies of attracting, maintaining, evaluating, and also grooming talents in the whole country of China. So the list goes on and on. So I'm going to just leave everybody with a copy of this book. In Chinese, it's called 懒人包, the lazy man's packet. So make sure if you are, even you're not lazy, pick up a copy of it, and you will find all these favorable policies inside that spans from maritime to trade to science and technology, and also to youth startup, etc., etc. So I think my 5 minutes is running out, so I better stop here. But I hope you will come away convinced that when you think GBA, think Nansha. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Raymond. I'm not reading my email. I'm watching the time. And because we started late, okay, very late. And I just want the people to tell me how much time we have. But I continue with the discussion here. I said earlier that we got to be critical because we have no time to waste anymore. And then the title of this conference, this forum, is about integration. When I hear all the presentations, and just sorry to mention your talk, Raymond, you talk about Nansha, how great Nansha is, right? So I hope you guys talk about how to integrate. We are not here to talk about who's better and so on. How do we integrate? And then when we talk about integration, and then the favorite topic comes up, let's build an ecosystem. Then it comes back to the original problem is an ecosystem. Yeah, Hong Kong can build an ecosystem. Okay, we have the great basic scientists in Hong Kong. We have lots of discoveries, inventions. We have the highest proportion of academicians in Hong Kong, and won a lot of international awards and so on and so forth, and 5 top 100 universities and so on. But all based on basic science, basic research, not based on translational nor industry. Now, of course, the Hong Kong government goes from the industry department to INT Commission, and then to INT Bureau, and now back to ITI with the industry in the back. Are we trying to do it all in Hong Kong? Or how should we integrate? I think we have to really put our mind to do some soul search. So I want to ask the panelists here who wants to answer this question first. Okay.
Thank you, Lapchi. Thank you for bringing up the standing of Hong Kong's university in terms of research. I think I don't need to mention any more about our 5 universities being the top 100 in the world. So Hong Kong, in terms of R&D, has a great background. And Lapchi is totally right. We have to put more effort in terms of translation, integration, collaboration with the industry among university primary research with the industry or with the institutes, so that our primary research can become real technologies to be used by the society. And as Hong Kong is an integral part of our GBA, Science Park will be opening up our Fu Tan site by the end of the year. It will be 2 buildings of 30,000 square meter. Mainly, the purpose is for attract in and expand out. So we hope to help our tech companies to go into the GBA to have a touch, to integrate in terms of technology or to find their market in GBA. Because Maria mentioned, I don't want to repeat what Maria mentioned about the GDP of GBA, but we all know that it's 11 times the market of Hong Kong. So it's a big opportunity. Vice versa for our cities in GBA, the 9 cities. There are so many good tech companies that can come to Hong Kong via Hong Kong and to expand out as well. So we look for a lot of these opportunity to integrate. Actually, before we start the site, the plan to start the site in Fu Tan, we had identified 16 collaborating platforms in GBA with Guangzhou, Dongguan, Nansha, elsewhere. Lapchi was at the board before. Okay, so, but of course we start with Futan first as a back-end, important back-end, so we will further expand. And Raymond mentioned about Nansha, and we had a MOU signed with Nansha HKUST on their incubation collaboration. And hopefully we can start doing something in the first quarter of next year.
Okay, who want to go next? Okay, Duncan.
Yeah, just want to add a bit on what Sunny mentioned. I think for GBA, we all know the opportunity where it lies, right? I mean, in terms of GDP, if we include all the GBA area, if I remember, compared to GDP by country, we should rank about 11, in the world, just the GBA in terms of economy. And 86 million people, we're aiming at 100 million people before 2035. So that's a huge economy. But I mean, not just integration about GBA, looking at Shenzhen and Hong Kong. If you have full integration of Shenzhen and Hong Kong, just think about it, 30 plus million population, and with the supply chain that we have, investment that we have, the talent that we have, the concentration of universities, I think that will make a very strong city or economy, circle of economy. So how do we overcome these frictions and do full integration? I think there are many things we can work together. I mean, funding side, as an investor, I mean, we achieve highest number of record of money raised in I think last year, right? In terms of startups, the capital raise. But comparing to Shenzhen, still just a fraction of what money being raised in Shenzhen. So money flow data, we have people living on two sides of the border, and how do we improve data flow so we can do better AI analytic, more software, business enterprise software. We can come out from the area research. We have many things we have to break through. The research allowance or grants in mainland is a lot more than Hong Kong. So how can we have a free flow or better controlled environment for these things to have better integration? I think that will make the biggest challenge, but yet we will yield very good return in that area.
Okay. Hey, Raymond, sorry about that.
No problem. Yeah. Firstly, I would like perhaps we just to respond to the first question you raised about the traditional industries and what technology and innovation plays in terms of these four pillar industries. I see innovation. There are two kinds of innovation. One is ways of doing new things. First one, okay. The other one is new ways of doing old things. So for the four traditional industries, I'm sure there's still a lot of new ways of doing them. Tourism, there's tourism tech. Trade, there's supply chain and logistics tech. And fintech, of course, you know about that. So there's always opportunities. Integration, I think we need to, that's why I alluded to GBA, not because of my role only, but I also think that we should now take what we call a Hong Kong Plus concept. Hong Kong has finite resources in terms of area, talent, and also many other opportunities like markets. The Greater Bay Area is much, much bigger and beyond. I think we should take the Greater Bay Area as our new frontier and adopt this Hong Kong Plus model. So we can pool all the resources together, including the market. There's huge resources, for example, in Nansha. They're talking about, a new team concept settling down in Nansha, and they will give you up to 200 million renminbi, for instance. Youth, we need to also integrate them. That's why we need to groom them at the budding stage. There's also a program in Nansha to help youth to set up and also even to work in Nansha. So there need also to be integration between the government, industries, universities, academia, and also of course the other communities like the financial community. So we should have a across the board integration of all fronts.
Okay, thank you, Raymond. Maybe I just tell the audience I received a message that this session is going to end at 10:30. Okay, so after the discussion here on the stage, I'd like to see questions from the audience. So maybe the helpers can collect the questions from the audience. Anyway, so coming back to the discussion here, because Raymond mentioned a number of times about people, talent, and so on. In fact, that is something that Hong Kong has, but a particular type of talent. How do you see the flow of talent works? Raymond, maybe you can continue on that first.
Okay. Talent is a critical strategic component of any competition, particularly in the innovation and technology field. That's why every country, no exception to Hong Kong and also the GBA, everybody is competing for talent, trying to attract talent. I think by taking this broader concept I just mentioned, the Hong Kong Plus model, that we are now taking Hong Kong not just by itself, but with the integration with the Greater Bay Area in terms of resources in the technology and innovative field. I think we could broaden our scope and also our capability to attract talents to Hong Kong and, for that matter, to the region. So working together, taking a broader concept is important. And I think there's also need to be good policy support. I mentioned about Nansha as the first district in China to have a talent, to make the district a talent special zone. There are various policies it's a long document. I'm not going to cite them here. But please do Google it. And I think there's some very interesting policies being rolled out. And government support is important. Apart from that, I think having a good business environment that is conducive to international talents. And I think Hong Kong stands out, just a very remarkable position in that. And also having access to markets. Hong Kong is also fortunate to be a gateway to the mainland market and also to other markets around the region. So I think we should look at those factors and try to integrate them and also try to articulate them and try to look at what other countries are doing and also include some of these innovative measures.
Thank you. I think when we talk about talent, and we talk about flow of talents, it should be both ways, not just attracting from the Hong Kong, but also Hong Kong talent to go to the GBA area. Duncan, you and I sit on this little panel under Science Park. So we talk about that. So maybe you should expand on that.
Yeah, I think we had long, elaborate discussion on that. So in short, I think anywhere you want to be a successful startup city, you need to provide, number one thing is opportunity. Like Silicon Valley, you go there, people from all over the world go there and start a company. It's about the opportunity, the ecosystem they provide, not about whether they're having a decent home to live in, right? I think housing is expensive in San Francisco as well. And it's about opportunity, the ecosystem that we have to provide. Definitely, we have some shortcomings in the living environment and the cost of living in Hong Kong. But I think the number one thing is opportunity. Shenzhen attract all the talents from mainland to Shenzhen to start a company. Israel, attract all Jewish all over the world to come back and build a business. So I think Hong Kong, we have the attractions. We see that in the last batch of startup trend. We have about 20-30% decent amount of international startups, people coming from different part of the world coming to Hong Kong. So I think there's people's bet and their faith in Hong Kong providing the necessity to build a successful startup. We have to reinforce on that. In terms of that, I think Raymond also mentioned policy. I think policy-wise, we have to be more forthcoming. We need to provide more long-term investments, research grants, and attract talents to Hong Kong business and job opportunity where you can not just work in one research company in Hong Kong, you can jump board and join other decent companies. So we have to increase the players or the industries in Hong Kong building in certain area. So with that, it gives me time to promote my suggestions to government, the 4x4, that, I mean, tech is broad. I think our suggestion is, after consulting with many industry practitioners, we have to focus on certain particular vertical that actually Hong Kong has the edge, that we can provide winning solution. We can provide company that can build into successful startups. So the 4 area of focus we suggest is, one is fintech. Very obviously, we have a lot of good fintech company. We have people with experts in the finance industries. Second is life science and health-related technology. That also, you know, we have so many renowned scientists in Hong Kong. Third is advanced manufacturing. We have a good base, and together with GBA that provide limitless opportunities and the best supply chain. And the 4 is data economy. I think the data governance and the law and legal systems in Hong Kong can provide, you know, a lot of opportunities in the data economy. So we called it AI before, but AI is a tool. You know, data economy is actually a vertical, is a sector. So, I mean, these 4 areas will be the area, hopefully will be the area of interest that government can focus in. So people from all over the world in this area, they can come to Hong Kong, and we can provide support in 4 areas to them. One is land, second is investments, third is talent, fourth is the GBA integration. So with that 4 area, we need the help from government, you know, to come up with policy in these 4 areas, how to provide more long-term investments, how to provide easy onboarding for talents into Hong Kong in these areas. And land, of course, some like advanced manufacturing and even life science related company, they need land. They need specialized usage for the production lines. So we have in the Northern Metropolis. And of course, definitely GBA connectivity. You know, if we have better integration with GBA and provide in the beginning, a 86 million market to companies coming to Hong Kong, that's big enough. So, I mean, with that 4 vertical, we need the 4 horizontal support from government. So that's the 4x4 matrix that we propose to the government. And hopefully, you know, that will reinforce our state in the tech ecosystem.
Thank you, Duncan. You want to supplement?
Yeah, thank you, Lapchi. Totally agree with Duncan. What attracts talent? Because talent can be thrown around and like technology that can be adopted. I think what attracts talent to Hong Kong is not just one parameter or by giving them funding, because a government cannot keep on feeding tech companies lifetime. When your funding stops, where do they go, what do they do? So what attracts them is the ecosystem. And the ecosystem that we need to build for Hong Kong INT will be like R&D. We are doing it well in manufacturing, like Duncan said, in building the next steps in proof of concept, in building a small batch. So we're talking about from 0 to 1, 1 to 10. And 10 beyond, we can go to GBA. And also, of course, I mentioned already, the size of the market is 11 times of Hong Kong. And if we look at our unicorns, the 18 unicorns in Hong Kong, I must say most of them, the founders of most of these unicorns will from universities or primary research. Second, many of these successful unicorns are having their major market in mainland. So this is no secret. Okay, so for Hong Kong to be a place to attract talents, research and technology, manufacturing, and fundraising. Duncan mentioned we did very well, and look at Chapter 18A, pre-revenue IPO that released in 2019. In such a short time, Hong Kong became world number 2, Asia number 1 in terms of biotech fundraising. And when I was in Tokyo and Seoul in July with a Hong Kong coalition for a short visit, many of these biotech, biomed company or medical device company, they were very, very interested about our 18A chapter. So in the near future, we hope Hong Kong will start to look into non-biotech tech companies into this area as well.
Thank you. I have another question for you guys, but then I also received 2 questions from the audience. And they could be short answers, okay? But they're actually very profound questions. Anyway, so the first one is from Yiling Xin of Metaverse Charity Foundation. How can Hong Kong improve the metaverse development when other countries, i.e. Korea, Singapore's government, is highly, just is promoting? Okay, I cannot read this, highly promoting. Okay, metaverse. Okay.
I would say metaverse is an emerging technology that still to be developed. It will take some time for it to mature. Definitely is a big business opportunity, but I would actually rank it as part of the Web3. So the Web3 should be something that we focus in. And blockchain, we all know that according to mainland's policy, even President Xi have reinforced, stated many times that blockchain will be something mainland China will focus in and put in a lot of expert investments and incubate a few global companies in that area. So starting from blockchain, long story short, metaverse is a subset of part of the things that being evolved. NFT, the digital assets are all based on blockchain. I think this is one area that we should focus in and put more resources in. In terms of, as a legislator, I think from legislation, we're playing a big part of catching up. Of course, legislation will always be behind technology, but legislation provide clear angle of what a city, what a government encourage to do in that area. So I think in terms of legislation, we're having the virtual asset service provider license being issued, and that include part of the digital asset evolvement in Hong Kong. I think we'll sidetrack a little bit. Metaverse is not particular in it. It's a mix of many things, virtual reality, even use of tokens and NFT creations. And I would categorize that into part of the Web3 development. So, I mean, if you ask me, my suggestions to government is we have to build and spend resources on building up Web3 digital infrastructure. We need to have a better digital infrastructure for company in this area, including metaverse, to have a better foundation to build up on.
Thank you.
Actually, for platforms like Science Park or Cyberport or the Loop company, I think it's like university that you taught me before, that we need to teach comprehensively. So we don't pick winners, we don't pick a subject. We let students to do their research in their own wishes. And for technology platforms, I agree with Duncan that we have to build some specific runways by having specific communal facilities for them to build our ecosystem. But at the same time, we have to allow our young people to think of what they want to do, okay, anything. So metaverse was actually in one of the topics that we are studying within art tech, metaverse, NFT, all that, with a few universities that we might be building a third-party incubation outside of Science Park.
Right. Raymond, you have any comments?
I think Hong Kong has good conditions and prerequisites to promote metaverse. I think on the 17th and 18th, there's a Metaverse Asia Expo will be held in Hong Kong, concurrently in Shanghai and also in Nansha. It will attract 100,000 people, and I think it is a great event, and it's also underscore Hong Kong's role in this new technology. In my view, also metaverse in some instances has been also closely linked to what we call cultural industries, like games and also experience or even NFT. So that is also requires government policy support, and that also makes Hong Kong an ideal place to promote this emerging technology.
Thank you. I said there's another question but it's too profound. I decided not to ask that question, but instead coming back to a discussion that we had earlier, that is young people. We talk about talent, then we must talk about young people. How do you get these young people in Hong Kong to study more science and technology? And that is really key to our development, even though we talk about technology innovation or innovation and technology here, but we do need young people coming into this field. What do you think? How do you actually do something about that? And then also to integrate with the Greater Bay Area.
I think firstly, we need to ensure that students, parents, and also other stakeholders in society, they realize the importance of technology. And also they see what is in the horizon for technology. I mentioned in Hong Kong, for instance, in some technology area, our scope is limited. For example, students studying aerospace technology, it's difficult to find a job in Hong Kong.
No, you can be an astronaut now.
Yeah, they can be astronaut now. But apart from that, they can go to Nansha. I mentioned Nansha manufactures rockets. So that is an area they are also providing a lot of opportunities, both for training and also for employment. So please look at, again, this Hong Kong Plus model in a broad, proactive manner.
Okay. Others? Yeah, Duncan?
Yeah, I think we need time to change people's mindset. It takes some time to change people's mindset. I mean, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, I'm telling people that I've been a tech investor in Hong Kong, and people would laugh at me and say, you know, you're throwing money into the ocean, right? So now, I mean, people come to me and say, hey, Duncan, any good deal in Hong Kong, good investment opportunities that they want to follow. So I think that takes time even for investors to change the view of Hong Kong's companies' opportunities. And you talk about younger generation and maybe their parents, you know, they will still think finance, law, doctor, you know, these are the things they want the kids to do. So, I mean, I do a lot of sharings in secondary schools. I go there, I might spend an hours, you know, sharing to students about opportunities in Hong Kong, startups, blah, blah, blah. And after 1 hour, ask them, you know, how many of you want to join, you know, the tech sector? You know, 5 years ago is zero. Maybe not too many people will raise their hand. Now maybe we get a few, but not enough. So I think there's still a lot we have to do in terms of the younger generations and what they expect from Hong Kong. I think definitely we have a lot of promotion about the opportunities, astronauts in Hong Kong, but we need more role models. So hopefully now we have many unicorns, but I mean, they achieve a certain stage, but not yet at, you know, things like successful entrepreneur that sold a company and exit, you know, that become a role model to the students that provide the opportunities in Hong Kong. So I think that is something we still have to work on. But I think the trend is turning. We have more people interested in this area, and the STEM, you know, at schools, you know, have better emphasized. Yeah.
Actually, I know that, maybe I'll let Sunny explain.
Thank you, Lapchi. Actually, in August, we did a trial, Science Park and the Federation of Hong Kong Industry did a trial on a job shadowing program for S4 and S5 students. And the main purpose is to let these students to engage a 4 days engagement with tech companies and industrialists to understand what the Science Park do, what does S3 do, what is sense time, what is Sanomics, what is InnoPark. And the students were surprised that we still have manufacturing in Hong Kong. And they went there and they saw a company making MRI machine or doing a 3D printing of bones for surgery. So they were surprised with all that. I think this is a good attraction for secondary students to pick their subject when they get into undergraduate, rather than a lot of young people that I've known went into university, picked the subject, picked the science subject, and then later on they said, oh, this is not my cup of tea. So we want them to understand what is Hong Kong INT, how does it integrate with GBA, so they pick their subject according to their wish. Even if they want to be a lawyer or accountant, it could be an integral part of INT, because in one of the research that the Federation and Hong Kong U did 2 years ago by Professor Wang Yujim, and among the 90% service industry in the GDP, 40-something% of this GDP is grouped as producer services, which means they could be engineering, designer, patent lawyer, marketing, all that, which is an integral part of industry. So manufacturing is only part of that. So for students picking their subject for undergraduate, it's okay to pick to be a lawyer or finance, but keep in mind it could be an integral part for INT in the future.
Absolutely, I fully agree with you. I say that if everyone studying science and mathematics want to be a scientist or a mathematician, there are not enough jobs for them. But in other areas, this kind of background is so very important for them to excel in the whatever area. And then, in fact, the things are happening. So when we talk about integration, actually, I heard a lot of integration, a lot of integrating already. I think letting the young people see what they would have in the future, that would be the pull factor. And whatever you do, you want to have a push. You can push, keep on pushing, but there's no pull factor over there. Youngsters may not know what they can do in the future. So with that, I think I'm supposed to summarize with 30 seconds, but I don't think I need to. But I say the panelists already highlighted the activities that are happening, and not just in Hong Kong, but within the GBA area, what Hong Kong can contribute and what we can contribute to this integration. When we collaborate, it's going to be win-win. Sometimes I say that's not a very good phrase. If 2 parties are winning, or even 3 parties are winning, somebody else will be losing. You don't want to be just win-win. But I think in terms of a collaboration, we just share to do the best for the future of Hong Kong and for the whole GBA. So with that, I thank the panelists. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you all for interesting discussion. Please come down from the stage and take a seat for the next discussion panel. Thank you. Okay, let's take a group photo first. Thank you so much. Okay, we will now proceed to the second panel on new growth drivers for financial market interconnectivity in the GBA. Here, we are pleased to have Dr. Anthony Neal, Chair, Asian Academy of International Law, as the panel chair. Let's give a big applause to welcome Dr. Neal on stage to deliver the keynote address. Dr. Neal, please. Please give a keynote speech on the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My great pleasure to be moderating this session. I'll be looking forward to my panelists. But this second session is going to be a continuation of the first session. And it's a very important continuation. And interesting that at the last bit, Professor Shi was talking about people going for STEM education. I had a STEM education myself, but eventually, in fact, I couldn't find any job. So I decided to go into law. But nowadays, in fact, anybody in law or in accounting, as Professor Choi says, you really need to understand, in fact, the rest of the world. And I found that myself, having a STEM education has been extremely useful in my government work as well as my legal work. And nowadays, of course, in all kinds of cases that one deals with, you meet all kinds of scientific, social, economic subjects. So education has to be interdisciplinary. Now that, in fact, brings us to this whole question of integration between the GBA and Hong Kong. Now let us look at the GBA first. I mean, Maria has given us an excellent speech as to the size, the scope of the GBA. But if you look at the GBA itself, it consists of 70 million people at the moment. In the next 15 years, it would grow to 100 million people. Now, that kind of energy produced by people would be very, very important, and it promises a great deal for the future. If you look at also the GBA itself, it is 9 of the burgeoning, most active cities in the whole of the nation. It has 2 of the largest stock markets in the world, Hong Kong and Shenzhen. It also has, in fact, free systems and free currencies. Free systems being, in fact, the system in Macau, Hong Kong, and of course, the other cities of the Guangdong province, with free currencies, free legal systems, and free socio-economic systems, all within the banner of one country. So it is a place not only of great energy, but a place of great contrast. The question that we will need to confront, as in fact some of the speakers in the last panel have mentioned, is how do you integrate, how do you deal with the frictions between the free systems? And that really would be one of the most important subjects for the future. Now, we're talking about integrating the financial systems of the GBA within the 9 cities of the GBA. So what is the best reference that we could get? Now, I've been looking at perhaps one of the best references is the Global Financial Centers Index. Now, they've been doing that for 32 sessions. And the last one was published in September 2022, and it is refreshed every 6 months. Now, that center looks at, in fact, over 100 financial centers around the world. And it rates Hong Kong as number 4, just 1 point behind Singapore. Shenzhen is rated as number 9, just 1 point behind Beijing. And Guangzhou is rated as 25, 1 point behind Munich, but above Berlin, Edinburgh, and Stockholm. So within the GBA, we have 4 of the top 30 financial centers of the world. Now, incidentally, I'd like to just highlight one point. Now, Shenzhen is rated higher than Hong Kong and Singapore for financial sector development. And Shenzhen is actually rated as number 1 banking center of the world, ahead of New York, London, Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Singapore. Now, this is extremely interesting, but if you look at the GBA, particularly in Shenzhen, you would find some of the major banking companies, the banking institutions based there. Ping An, for example, as being one of the biggest. All of the major banks in China also have, in fact, their major branches in Shenzhen. The other thing about Shenzhen, in terms of financial development, and that has exceeded Hong Kong, is the variety of financial instruments which are available, particularly in the area of securitization. Now, somebody mentioned the metaverse just now. Now, the metaverse, in fact, consists of so many things, but one of the most important things about the metaverse is that you have, in fact, new securitized but virtual crypto tokens or crypto assets. Now, those are what is normally known as sort of non-fungible tokens or NFTs. This requires, in fact, securitized product. And the securitization has been, in fact, very well developed within mainland China, particularly through Shenzhen. Now, Hong Kong is behind that at the moment. The other thing, in fact, in terms of financial development within the GBA, within the mainland, is in fact the degree of digitalization in the financial sector. Obviously, you know that when you go into the mainland, you can hardly use cash nowadays. Basically, everything is either Alipay, Tencent Pay, or whatever. And you do transactions through your cell phone. Now, I'm an independent director of ICBC, and I chair the Global Risk Management Committee. And we find that, in fact, 96 of our daily transactions come through, in fact, digital transactions, not what we call, in fact, transactions through person-to-person contact. Our major transactions, of course, come through person-to-person contact in terms of credit, but in fact, the largest number of individual transactions now come through digitally. So which is why, in fact, we do need, when we talk about integration, is really the kind of integration that we see what is happening in China, and something that within mainland China, and something that we need to basically transfer into Hong Kong so that the two could integrate. The study of the Global Financial Center lists 5 issues, 5 points when we talk about friction. The first, in fact, is this, is that there are 5 areas of excellence if we talk about integration that the whole GBA has to aspire to. The first is that we need a stable political environment supported by a strong rule of law, good regulation, and a tax and macroeconomic environment which is conducive to business growth. So that's the first area that we should look to, in fact, in terms of integration. The second, as the first panel has already indicated, is ample human capital supported by strong educational and research facilities and universities, already dealt with by the first panel. The third one is the need for good infrastructure, which is conducive to sustainable growth. So we talk about smart cities, better roads, better communications. All of these, in fact, are important. And of course, in fact, transfer of people. In other words, if you want to go from Hong Kong into the mainland, in fact, this has to be made a lot easier. In fact, now, of course, now with the high-speed train, this has been done a lot easier. Also, in another area, we do have now single immigration systems, but that has to be further developed. The fourth is the availability of capital to sustain deep, transparent, and liquid markets for sustained development. And the fifth is branding. In fact, branding is important so that people understand what you're doing. And this is necessary for a place to be seen as having an ecosystem which attracts people. And that is what the first panel has talked about. So I would like now, in fact, to invite my panel members to try and unpack these value propositions for the Greater Bay Area. So these are 5 areas that we need to discuss, and I'd like to then invite my panel members.
Thank you, Dr. Neil, for your insights today. Please remain on the stage, and may I now invite the panel speakers. Joining Dr. Neil on stage and online via Zoom, let's welcome Professor K.C. Chan, Chairman, Wheeler Bank. Dr. Cui Li, Chief Economist, Managing Director and Head of Macro Research, China Construction Bank International. Mr. Kassen Wen, Chairman, BOA International Financial Group. And Professor Xiao Geng, Director of Institute of Policy and Practice, Shenzhen Institute of Finance. Welcome all. Before the session starts, may I invite Mr. Zhou Li and Mr. Maria Tam to come to the stage and take a group photo with us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please take a look at the camera in the front. Thank you so much. May I invite Mr. Zhou and Ms. Tam to come down from the stage and take a seat for the coming discussion. May I invite all the panelists and the moderators take a seat? Okay, so now I will pass the floor to Dr. Neil. Dr. Neil, please.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for attending this second panel. We have 4 distinguished speakers this morning, and as I've introduced the subject to you, we have to deal with integration of the financial markets. How do we do this? And these are the 5 areas of excellence. How do we, in fact, try and get the most out of those 5 areas of excellence? Now, KC, that you all know, so I'm not going to introduce my panelists because I think they do not need introduction. But KC, of course, as you all know, was previously our Secretary for the Finance and Treasury Bureau. Dr. Li Chui. Dr. Chui is the Managing Director and Chief Economist of the Construction Bank International. Carson Wen, my old friend. We're both members of the legal profession. Probably we both went into law, in fact, by default. And of course, Professor Gang, who is now in Shenzhen at the moment, my colleague in the Chinese University, Shenzhen. I'm also a member of the council. So welcome all of you. I'd like to just invite each of the panelists just to develop their thoughts, in fact, say 5 minutes, and then we could have a discussion. Now, we've started at about 10:30. We have until about 11:30 to this. Shall I ask Casey to start?
Well, sure. Thank you, Tony. Well, as you mentioned, I have previously been a policymaker and academic. So I like to always look at things on a macro perspective. But also, as you can see from my bio, I'm also chairman of a virtual bank in Hong Kong. So WeLab Bank. So let me just start with a little example of WeLab Bank, which is a virtual bank in Hong Kong, and then I will try to elaborate what the points I'm trying to make. First of all, WeLab Bank is a virtual bank. When we started a virtual bank in Hong Kong, we were hoping that we will get into the GBA market. Okay? But of course, the GBA market wasn't available, wasn't really open, really in a big wide way. And even the Wealth Management Connect currently is only quite limited and quite disadvantaged, and also put virtual banks in a disadvantage. So we are not there yet in GBA, but that was our aspiration. But recently, the parent company of WeLab Bank, which is WeLab Holdings, did a deal. WeLab, together with the partners, recently bought a bank in Indonesia, and then turning this bank into a digital bank. And this transaction is about $510 million, one of the biggest fintech investment in Indonesia. So in a way, although we're not in GBA, we are leveraging our virtual bank in Hong Kong, our technology base in GBA, because WeLab is a technology company based in GBA, based in Shenzhen. So we are leveraging on the virtual bank in Hong Kong, technology base in China, and we're moving into ASEAN. Now, and I will make a point about that later on, why is that important. But of course, from a Hong Kong perspective, as a virtual bank, we want to be, expanding our business in GBA. We hope that the policy will come very soon to allow that virtual banks in Hong Kong to offer financial management services to the GBA. Now, for virtual banks in Hong Kong like us, we're actually partnering with like company like Allianz, which has a wonderful wealth management expertise. So we are doing that in Hong Kong, in Indonesia. We'd love to do it in GBA. So that's number one point. Now, clearly enough, the connectivity between Hong Kong and Singapore and GBA is very important, both for the GBA and for Hong Kong. And so we really need to work harder to harness the potential. Connectivity in the financial market is very important to development of the region, but we need regulation and policy support to make it happen. So hopefully that will come soon. Now, but the connectivity that I'm talking about, when I talk about the Indonesian case, bring about another point about connectivity. Connectivity is also bringing GBA to the rest of the region. So often in our mind, when we think about GBA, we think about how the Hong Kong company can sell in the GBA. But I think it's very importantly, GBA should be also connected to the region, and it is a mission for Hong Kong. When I believe when the central government designed the policy, they have in mind Hong Kong serving that connectivity, the base to connect the GBA to the region. So in a way, our foray into Indonesia actually is a good example how you can connect Greater Bay Area to Indonesia. And I think this point is very important because as the economy, as digital economy develops, and the ASEAN countries are developing in a very fast pace, the demographics, the technology base in ASEAN is also very attractive. Now, this means that other cities in the region, like Singapore, is working very hard to be the hub for the commerce, finance, and technology for this area. Now, of course, this region is big enough for both Singapore and Hong Kong and other cities to thrive. But I think the future development in the ASEAN and the regional economy is so important, so powerful, that Hong Kong cannot sit alone. So we cannot concede any game to anybody. So Hong Kong should compete. And I think when you look at the Global Financial Center ranking that Tony, you mentioned, I also look through the ranking to see what really is important. You can realize that a financial center has to be the connector, has to be a facilitator, cannot be just one market serving your local customer base. So I think in the future, especially in this current period of increasing geopolitical tension, Hong Kong must be that regional center. So we must be that hub. So I think that's a very important point I want to bring to all of us. I think in our thinking, we have to really, yes, we must leverage the GBA, but we really have to serve the region, which means that Hong Kong cannot be just a connector. We talk about super connector all the time. Hong Kong cannot be a connector only. We must be the facilitator. So we must be good enough. We must be good enough to facilitate. That means that in terms of development of a financial market, technology sector, we really need to do more. We need to bring talents in, attract companies in. Our value proposition is not just Hong Kong, it's not just a GBA, but Hong Kong, GBA, and the region. I think that's my thought on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. One of the important things that you mentioned is being the connector, the facilitator. As we all know that there is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCEP, which of course has been signed by 12 countries, and Hong Kong being an independent customs territory, in fact, can participate in that. And an application has been made, in fact, and we anticipate that we will be admitted next year. So that offers an opportunity, and we'll discuss that in a moment. Perhaps I'll ask Dr. Chui then to proceed with her analysis. Dr. Chui.
Thank you. Thanks to China Daily for this invitation. It's my pleasure to join this panel. I want to concur with Professor Chen on his point. I cannot agree with him more in terms of Hong Kong's role, or even GBA's role in the next stage of China's development or Hong Kong's development. I think in terms of financial sectors, you answer to the need of the time, and there are a lot of changes at the time, and we all face, as Tony yourself said, it's a region of contrast and a lot of tensions to be addressed. So I think the ability of the region to rise to the challenges and manage the change, manage the transition, will define this financial center. And just like all the other financial centers in other areas, they have all been defined and shaped by the events around them. So, of course, GBA offers a great opportunity, and it will help to deepen Hong Kong's market, and it will provide the hinterland that's much needed for the Hong Kong's financial sector. But I want to focus also on this connection point. What are the challenges we are facing, and what the GBA financial sectors can do? I would say there are three at the moment. From a macro perspective, I'll highlight three. The first one is the global macro picture. A lot of volatility we have observed this year, introduced by expansionary policies, large interest rate, exchange rate volatility, and all the regional economies need to deal with that. The second one is the geopolitical risks and the supply chain issues. And as a result, we see partly as a result of that, we see closer regional ties among Asian countries, as Professor Chen mentioned. And the third one is very extreme or sharp climate risks. We have to deal with accelerated timetable of energy transition. So how would GBA or Hong Kong help to deal with these issues? In terms of the macro picture, we have all seen that interest rates are rising globally. This is after 40 years of continuous decline, and dollar also rebounded this year, and that has a lot to do with the macro policy dilemmas faced by developed market. You have inflation, but you also have high debt. So how much do you tighten monetary policy? So as a result, emerging market also who have borrowed a lot in advanced currencies, they have to manage their debt. For the financial center like Hong Kong, obviously we need to provide solutions in terms of how to manage risks in such a volatile environment. Interest rate, exchange rate hedging tools will be called upon. Debt restructuring solutions will be needed. But I would also say that it's a time that will raise demand for a more multi-currency international a multi-currency international system. And that will increase the demand for using renminbi as one of the mix of the currency or a stable alternative in the international currency system. And one good thing is that, in the past, people said renminbi is a high rate currency, so no one wants to borrow it. But now it's no longer a high rate currency because all the other rates have become to normalize. So this creates a good opportunity for renminbi business to develop. Obviously, the policies need to liberalize more, and there will be needs to be more improvement in the liquidity in the Hong Kong market. But I think it's a good opportunity. The second one, in terms of the supply chain, as Professor Chen mentioned, there is closer regional integration. There is a very clear regionalization of trade. We see very little reshoring by the companies in the developed markets, but we do see that supply chain shifts within Asia, and companies like to set up multiple locations, and there is a lot of intense intermediate trade. So in fact, the latest data shows that 50% of Asia trade is of intermediate trade. So that creates opportunity of trade services. And I think because of trade is increasingly digitalized, you will also create demand for using digital payment for trade as well, not only just for retails, but also for digital trade. And I would also say that, this opens opportunity for some of the Asian economies to come to Hong Kong for listing and funding. And that helps to improve Hong Kong's platform by diversifying its asset base, but also creates opportunities for these countries to access mainland funding. And last, quickly, in terms of the green climate risks and transition to green economy, I think there is large financing need, and there will be need for sustainable funds. There will be a lot of opportunity for insurance industry, in my view. And one thing I think GBA can play a big role is that, in terms of international risk sharing, last year we see that the insurance-linked security was issued. First one was issued in Hong Kong. So that provided opportunity for international investors to buy the climate risk in China. So this is one area that different countries can work together. I think this kind of international risk sharing using the platform in GBA will be a quite important and promising area to work on. So I would just say, I would emphasize also that, in terms of the critical role of GBA's financial sector, I think to keep the region and the country open and connected to the rest of the world is a very big opportunity, and that will also benefit the business community. Thanks.
Yes. So thank you very much, Dr. Choi. The very interesting trends which are happening, as you've mentioned. In 2008 and 2009, you can see the global financial crisis, that the central banks around the world have actually been coordinating their efforts. But now, we don't see any coordination at all. There's also another issue, which is there is a clash between fiscal and monetary policy. If you look at the UK, for example, that you have fiscal policy which actually results in a lot of expansion of the money supply. But at the same time, in fact, the Bank of England, in fact, is trying to damp down inflation. So this is one trend which is now creating a lot of havoc around the world. But there are good signs. The good sign is that digital currency, of course, and particularly central bank digital currencies, working with, in fact, the banking system, is now going through the world. You find, for example, the Emirates, UAR, Thailand, Hong Kong, and the PBOC involved in Enbridge, which is now an international digital currency issue. The third area, of course, is another good sign, is that particularly the oil countries are now willing, in fact, to deal in renminbi. A number of, I think it was Saudi Arabia, UAR, I think Qatar, Russia, now Venezuela, and willing to deal in renminbi. So that's a good sign for the future. So it's something that we might discuss, in fact, as we go on. I invite Carson to now analyze the situation and give us his views. Carson.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Just by way of very brief introduction, I'm a lawyer turned fintech. I used to head up international cross-border M&A at Jones Day until I retired back in 2016. And then I turned into fintech. We opened a bank in the British Virgin Islands called Bank of Asia, which now has customers from 90 different countries. It's offshore bank. So people from 90 different countries use the bank for their transactions. But only that much about who we are. Why does Hong Kong become number 4 instead of number 3 in the Global Financial Centers Index? Quarantine. This quarantine, which I'm very glad that the current administration has relaxed to 0+3. We drive so many people to Singapore. We drove regional headquarters of multinationals away from Hong Kong. I get this from Bernard Chan, it's not from me. Those who deal with the rest of the world turn to Singapore because they can travel. Those who deal primarily with China go to Shanghai because they can travel easily in Shanghai. Those are the regional headquarters of multinationals. So, and Tony, you mentioned about movement of people as a very important factor for a financial center. So my humble recommendation is, if the central government could consider moving the border of our quarantine system to the Greater Bay Area so that people from Hong Kong and elsewhere in the Greater Bay Area can enjoy easy movement as we now do in Hong Kong. But of course, outside of the Greater Bay Area, we follow the mainland regime as well. Because unless people can move easily, there's no way for Hong Kong and the GBA to work closely together. So that's number one, small recommendation, but please do move the quarantine regime within GBA as one piece and not as two pieces. Hong Kong, under the past quarantine system, we are 兩面不是人，兩面不是人。We can't go back to mainland China. We can't go to the rest of the world. And I'm glad that we are changing. I'm glad that we have now moved to 0.3. I hope we'll move to 0.0 soon so that we can really integrate, not only with the rest of the world, but hopefully with the rest of the GBA as well. Number two, in terms of opportunities for the financial services sector, dim sum bonds, for example, as Dr. Choi mentioned. You know, dim sum bonds, the first 8 months of this year, Hong Kong has issued more dim sum bonds than any other year in history. So this is one opportunity because of the low rate, interest rate environment for the RMB compared to the US dollars, compared to the other currencies. That is one product that Hong Kong can use to, particularly in the GBA, for companies in the GBA, they should consider using Hong Kong as a center for the offshore RMB in issuing dim sum bonds. In terms of the Wealth Connect, then for the time being, it's only between banks in Hong Kong and between banks in the GBA. Hopefully, it could expand to family offices, expand to fund houses, etc., etc. I mean, we have to do that. Otherwise, between banks and banks, there really isn't a lot of business to do in terms of Wealth Connect. In terms of the 18 measures, I mean, one good development in terms of how a bureaucratic government like Hong Kong's can work beyond the system. That is the 18 measures that the LPFs, the Hong Kong Limited Partner Funds, can very easily set up in Qianhai to set up the foreign qualified limited partnerships, almost like a Hong Kong LPF can easily go to Qianhai and set up QFLP and do business. And that they have set up a 800,000 square meter site for these limited partnerships between the two sides to invest together or invest easily or be set up easily. This is a good example of Hong Kong actually working with a Greater Bay Area government. And I think we have to do a lot more of those in order to be really part of the GBA. And as a lawyer, I probably should talk about the law also between Hong Kong, which is a common law system, and the GBA is the only Bay Area in the world that has 3 legal systems. In fact, every other Bay Area, the San Francisco Bay Area uses American law or Californian law. The New York Bay Area uses New York law or US law. And the Tokyo Bay Area, of course, only uses Japanese law. Our Greater Bay Area uses Hong Kong common law, uses Macau civil law and uses Chinese law. So one day in 2019, Professor Liu Mingkang, who was the founding chairman of the China Banking Regulatory Commission, visited me in my office and to discuss about, because he's a genius, but he's not a lawyer. So he went to me so that there's a lawyer together talking about how we deal with this three legal system kind of GBA. And his thoughts are very correct. Number one, in terms of what he called public law, like criminal law, like torts, then it's very easy. Where the incident occurs, where a crime is committed, the law of that place, it may be in Dongguan, then Chinese law would apply. If something happens to Hong Kong, even if whoever commits a crime is from the PRC, Hong Kong law would apply, because that's where the incident happens, and that's what Professor Liu called public law. And then you have economic laws, for example, like joint ventures. What Professor Liu was saying is, then let the parties choose what law to govern. Let the parties choose how disputes are to be resolved. Maybe two Chinese parties or one Hong Kong party, one Chinese party from a joint venture, and they choose Hong Kong law. And they choose to be all disputes to resolve by the Hong Kong courts. Then what is the problem? The problem is enforcement. Because if the joint venture has a factory in Dongguan and you have a Hong Kong judicial award, how is it going to be enforced in Dongguan? I spent 3 terms in the National People's Congress, 15 years of those, and there was 1 year that we call 执行年, 執行年, because in China it's so difficult. 執行難 is always a problem that we see in China. You might have a decision made by a court in Shanghai, and 地方保護主義, local protectionism, may lead to that never being enforced by a Guangdong court. So now we're looking at GBA with 3 legal systems. How do we know that a judgment decided in Hong Kong could be effected, actually enforced in Dongguan, by Dongguan, the Dongguan local courts? So that actually will be one issue that we all have to deal with as a bigger legal system. And my suggestion to Professor Liu at that time is that in Hong Kong, we have one resource, retired judges in Hong Kong. I'm sure all of them, and half of those are of Chinese descent. Half do not speak Chinese, but half of our retired judges, I counted about 35. Some have passed away since then. But, Hong Kong retired judges understand the common law, and if they could be put into the enforcement courts, 执行庭, across GBA, then at least there are judges within the enforcement divisions of courts in the GBA that could be more understanding of the Hong Kong judgment and try to make sure that those are enforced, subject to the local bailiffs believing in Hong Kong judgments. And don't underestimate that difficulty, because as I say, 地方保護主義 is not a new invention. It has been around way before there was ever a GBA, and that is something that we should try to take care of. Professor Liu also say let's train Chinese judges in the GBA on the common law. Perhaps that's what the Academy of International Law, Asian Academy of International Law, has to do, because otherwise we'll face real issues in terms of judgments being enforced. Between governments, back in 2006, there was a reciprocal enforcement agreement signed between the Department of Justice of the HASAR and the People's Supreme Court. But that is only for money judgments. It's very hard to enforce other things under that reciprocal arrangement. And in 2008, Hong Kong did pass the reciprocal enforcement ordinance so that mainland judgment, again money judgments, could be enforced in Hong Kong. But those are just treaties. What is important is the Jixingting, is the enforcement divisions of courts to agree to actually enforce judgments made in other parts of the GBA. Thank you.
Thank you, Carson. You raised some very interesting points. There's 4 issues which we'll discuss in a moment. First is movement of people. Secondly is movement of assets. Basically, essentially sort of asset classes which Hong Kong could actually promote. The third, in terms of limited partnerships, that actually has to do with taxation, essentially. And the fourth, of course, is really the commonality of the law. In terms of the law, a lot has happened in the past few years. I think Teresa Chang, who was the Secretary for Justice, in fact did a great deal in terms of arbitration enforcement, in terms of bankruptcy issues. Also, in the past few years, of course, we now have the International Commercial Court, which is operating in the GBA area as well as 3 other areas in China. In fact, some Hong Kong judges are actually advisors in that. Some former judges, Mr. Justice Reyes, for example, and also judges from the UK, in fact, are also there. I'm also a member of that advisory panel, so things are moving. But we'll discuss that in a moment.
That was also Professor Liu Mingtang's suggestion, that we bring in foreign judges.
Indeed. And Sir William Blair, in fact, was a very active member of the advisory panel. And he was the head of the Commercial Court in London. So things are happening at the moment, not as much as we want, but certainly things are going in the right direction. I'd like to now invite Professor Xiao Gang to make his analysis so that we can then go on to our discussion. Professor Xiao.
Thank you very much. I share very much our panelists' discussion and the concern. I think in the next 25 years, Hong Kong is going to play a more important role than before, largely because we are facing with the challenge of the dual system, under one country, 2 systems. The dual system is basically the domestic circulation and external circulation. And more specifically, we have Hong Kong as the offshore financial, economic, and other centers. But we have Greater Bay Area, mainland cities, they are actually onshore. We need to integrate these 2, but without changing the fundamental nature of the 2 systems. And that's the challenge. But I think we have solution, and particularly because we have the digital technology. And most specifically, I think we have 2 lawyers on the panel. Our regulation and the legal, functions, could be based not on administrative and physical space. Instead, we should focus on market participants, the legal entities. So most specifically, you all understand, we have a lot of Chinese, companies in Hong Kong. They actually have, headquarters, in mainland, but they have Hong Kong branch, right? The 2 headquarters actually are under different legal system, and they are not fully integrated legally. But I think if we could, establish a special economic zone, between, Hong Kong and the 9, basically the inland cities of GBA. And the special economic zone means that they are not administrative regions. Instead, they are economic regions, which means that in terms of regulation, if it's an offshore company, they can regulate it by Hong Kong, but that company could actually have an operating center in Qianhai, in Nansha. So that means basically that we could have overlapping, parallel legal and monetary systems within the GBA area. And the overlapping parallel is important because the finance will serve the real sector. So our offshore financial sector actually also serves the onshore real sector. So we need the mobility of people, money, information, and we need basically achieve what our panelists, Casey and Carson, mentioned. They, I think, their companies, are restricted by the two systems. And if we can overlap in, the restrictions of the two systems, but actually use the two systems, one onshore and one, offshore, more effectively, then I think our Greater Bay Area will achieve what Tony mentioned. We should attract the global companies come to our region instead of in a way Hong Kong is competing with Shenzhen and Shenzhen is competing with Guangzhou in terms of direct investment or other investment. And in order to solve these problems, I think we need at the macro level achieve some sort of sharing, which Casey mentioned. Sharing means that we could consider sharing taxes, GDPs, for those companies who have dual headquarters, one offshore, one onshore. And if we can, achieve some kind of special arrangement to allow some of the, the dual headquartered, multinational corporations, they could actually have much easier allocation of their people, their money, their information, and so in that way, I think we could actually push our GBA area become really the global leaders. And this global leader means that we become a substantial connector between China's, internal circulation and the external circulation of China, which of course, very important, including the RCEP countries and particularly the ASEAN countries. So I think, and here, I think what we are seeing in Nansha, what we are seeing in Qianhai, which our panelists and also previous panels, discussed, is actually what, I think, consistent with what I described. Basically, we could maintain one country, two systems, maintain the onshore-offshore difference. But at the corporate level, we could have some exceptions to allow those, leading corporations, to achieve much, much better internal allocation of, and also a free cross-border, movement of their people, their money, and their information. And that, I think, is really win-win, solution. I think, I hope, we can have more discussions on this, and I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chiu. In fact, all four of you has actually raised common themes. And first of all, before I go on with this discussion, I invite members of the audience, if they have any questions, to write them down, and they could be handed to me. But I will start the discussion now, waiting for your questions to come. There are really a number of important themes in here. I think perhaps I would just choose three to start with. The first, of course, is our interconnectivity between Hong Kong and the whole of the GBA and the rest of the country, as well as the rest of the world. This, in fact, is the connectivity that all of you have been talking about, particularly KC when he first started. The second question is friction. In fact, now onshore and offshore, I think Professor Xiao just talked about. One of the important onshore and offshore questions here would be actually the currency. We, of course, have a closed currency at the moment. The capital account is closed, of course, partially open in terms of the CNH. We call this the offshore renminbi. And CNH in Hong Kong at the moment is somewhere hovering between 700 to 800 billion renminbi. Not a lot of money, less than 1 trillion, actually. At one point, it was 1.5 trillion. The question is that can that be increased so that we have an onshore and offshore environment? That's the second question. The third theme really would be the law, basically, because we do need, in fact, some kind of, understanding among people between Hong Kong and the mainland and the rest of GB, as well as the rest of the world as well. And where is the commonality that we could search for in all of this? So let's start with the first question. This is the question of connectivity. Now, Hong Kong, of course, probably is a member of the WTO, which is beginning to come back. It was in the doldrums for a while because the U.S. didn't like it, but the U.S. is going back to it, it seems. The Hong Kong is about to join RCEP. It has CEPA, of course, which is important with the mainland. Then, of course, we have the One Belt, One Road initiative. Hong Kong is very much part of that. And also another recent development, perhaps not very well known, but there are many consuls general here today. And Hong Kong has just become the host of the what is known as ALCO, which is the Asian African Law Consultative Organization, which actually is an organization consisting of 43 countries, which took part, many of those took part in the original Bandung Conference in 1955, in fact, which created the non-aligned nations. Now, non-aligned nations are becoming important now in the world because the U.S. is aligning with Europe and other people. So non-aligned nations are an important part of the world ecosystem. So ALCO actually has a base in Hong Kong as part of the Dispute Resolution Center. So we do have a lot of interconnectivity. The question is, how do we then really use that, in fact, to create integration? So that's the first question. The second question is renminbi. How do we actually increase the amount, the flow? At the moment, less than 1 trillion. As you well know, the money supply within our whole economy is over 100 trillion. So you know, like half a trillion is like nothing, basically. How do we deal with that? Third question is, how do we, in fact, increase the understanding and the commonality of the law? So I'm going to throw all three questions at all of you so that you could actually decide which part you want to deal with, because they are very much interconnected. But maybe I'll ask Casey. I think each of you would have a view on this. So.
Okay, in view of time, I won't take too much time.
Yeah.
Tony,
we have 10 minutes.
You asked so many questions, okay, but let me deal with, I think the most important in my mind is really a policy direction. Now, we talk about connectivity, GBA, and so on. It's wonderful. I think so far we are more emphasizing, by say we, I mean Hong Kong government as well as the mainland authorities. Perhaps we are thinking too much of putting more resources on doing a physical link-up. But the physical link-up is important. But on the other hand, I think what we need here is a policy link-up. Now, we talk about all the issues, but I think in terms of openness, connectivity, RMB, let's say RMB, for example, okay? I think in RMB also related to what I mentioned earlier about this connectivity in capital, you know, whether Chinese residents can invest overseas and so on. It's all part related questions. So it really comes down on what is the policy about opening up capital market from mainland China's perspective. So if mainland China decides to give more opening to the capital market, to the foreign exchange market, there'll be more leeway, more freedom to do that. And I think basically it's the policymakers have to really think through, the future direction and make a decision how to do it. Now, one thing I can say is that technology helps. Okay, technology helps to manage this. In the past, when we think about open up the capital market, on the foreign exchange market, or or the quota for residents to invest overseas, how do you monitor? How do you actually keep all these things into to all the accounting and so on? But right now, with fintech, with technology, you can actually have a good grip on what is the flow of money and how do you decide how much to open, how much not open. I think in my mind it's a policy decision, and the policy decision is aided these days by technology, and we can make it more transparent and make it implement much better than previously thought.
Good. So we are at an important point of history. The question is, how do we use that important point by the right policies? Dr. Che, yeah. One question. Okay. Dr. Yu, the economist. Dr. Che, so how do we then increase the level of the use of the renminbi as a global currency, using Hong Kong and the GBA?
Yes, I think it has certainly a lot to do with the policy choice and policy sequencing. If you look at the usage of renminbi in the cross-border trade, it's massive. It increased a lot. But how much has stayed in the offshore market? As you said, somewhere between 700 to 800 billion. So it's, early in the year it rose to 1 trillion, but it came down a bit. I think people still look at the rates and US dollar and just use it as simple asset choice for deposits. It's not really used a lot in offshore funding or offshore risk management. The usage is relatively small. So I think, of course, people say, there aren't a lot of offshore products. I think one thing can be done is to increase the diversity and improve the ecosystem by enriching it, just to increase. This month it was announced that RMB denominated stock will be launched, and more renminbi bonds are being issued. So I think certainly in increasing the usage requires the vehicles, and also I think some of the policy relaxation will also be necessary, because one thing that's needed is a more diversified source of liquidity funding in the offshore market. At the moment, that is relatively limited. You cannot really directly borrow from onshore banks, etc., or there is a lot of constraint. And I think renminbi has proven itself in this time of volatility, so maybe that has created more opportunity, or perhaps eases the concern in the onshore policy relaxation. Renminbi depreciated against dollar this time, but not really by very much. It appreciated against most other currencies, so it's still quite solid. So I would argue that in a time of very strong trade surplus, a lot of regional integration and usage of digital currency is increasing, and a lot of infrastructure is being built. This does lay the ground for more relaxation of onshore-offshore, the liquidity support. So I think, I hope that the macro environment will provide that, and also for financial institutions to supply more financial products denominated in renminbi. That will help to promote the offshore renminbi.
So your view essentially is that renminbi has come to a point of maturity, that the central bankers and the policymakers can feel more confident that it can actually take a much bigger role in international capital flows. Exactly.
Exactly. I think they take this slowly, and they do the trade first. They do the flexibility of the currency first. Now the next step is to have bigger opening up in the capital account flow. So far it's all the connect, right? So it's the ecosystem.
That's a very hopeful message.
Yeah.
I've got a question from the audience for you, Cousin. Interesting question, because you talk about movement of people just now. And the question from the audience is that, what about, in fact, just be a little bit more creative? In other words, let's push the border beyond into the GBA so that, there is to facilitate more movement of people. Now, I don't know what the question means about pushing the border. There could be many interpretations of that, but I leave the interpretation to you.
No, if the movement of the border means that the HASAR would become a larger place, I think it's hugely constitutional problem, not for any one of us to answer. What I was advocating was just moving the quarantine regime, move the border back so that people from Hong Kong can go easily into the GBA without having to go through the mainland Chinese quarantine system. That was all that I was suggesting. But on connectivity, if I might, growing on this question, about connectivity of Hong Kong into other systems, I must say, RCEP, we are only becoming a member next year. Imagine there was ASEAN plus 3. ASEAN was there, and then China, Japan, and Korea were there. At that time, the Hong Kong government suddenly found itself left out. We do not have a very proactive government. I mean, with my greatest respect, the Hong Kong government has been very, very slow. We could have been part of the ASEAN plus 4, but only Kerry, for some reason, suddenly was in Thailand and trying to push Hong Kong into, I suppose Hong Kong only realized that it was left out for the ASEAN plus 3 very accidentally. So Hong Kong must do a better job in trying to get ourselves connected. We mustn't be complacent, and we must push Hong Kong's position as far as possible. We could have been RCEP already. Right. Had we been in ASEAN plus 4, why did we not push our envelope further?
Thank you.
Yes.
I'll ask Professor Xiao to have the last word on this before I just make a brief summary. Professor Xiao.
Thank you. I think the connectivity should start from at the company level, and given our very advanced digital technology. Basically, what I mean is that some of the Hong Kong registered companies, they should be allowed to operating in the Greater Bay Area, in the city. And of course, the other way around, some of the Chinese companies should be allowed to operate their onshore business, maybe in Hong Kong, the northern metropolitan area. And this could be easily, controlled without much risk, and also could maintain the two systems not affected, but will greatly improve at the company level the resource allocations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we don't have a lot of time. Perhaps I would just summarize this very briefly. In fact, it all boils down to just one policy question. And that is, in fact, the question of trust. And in fact, because the GBA, all the cities in the GBA, in fact, have come to a stage of maturity in terms of its systems, its way of governance, and the prosperity which we now see, the renminbi now having matured to a stage that really a lot of confidence could be placed, in fact, on the risk management, which is necessary to deal with it. So it's time, in fact, that the central government, seeing that we are poised at an important point of history, in fact, to allow the GBA to fly. And I hope that ends our panel, and I thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Neil and panelists for this inspiring discussion. May I invite you all to take a small group photo? Please take a look at the back of the room.
Okay, thank you so much. Please take a seat. Okay, now we will proceed to the panel discussion 3 on strengthening exchanges and cooperation, developing a cultural hub. Today, we are much honored to have Mr. Raymond Tam, Executive Director of Corporate Affairs, Hong Kong Jockey Club, to be our panel chair. Joining Mr. Tam on stage are our panelists, and they are Ms. Tisa Ho, Executive Director, Hong Kong Arts Festival; Mr. Matthias Wu, Co-Artistic Director and Executive Director, SUNY Icosahedron; Professor Alvin Yip, Adjunct Professor, Central Academy of Fine Arts; Dr. Alan Zeman, Chairman, Lan Kwai Fong Group. Welcome to the stage. Before the session starts, may I invite Mr. Zhou Li and Mr. Murray Tam to come to the stage and take a group photo with us. Okay. So please take a look at the camera in the front. Okay, thank you so much. May I invite Ms. Jody to come down to the stage? Okay, thank you. So I will pass the floor to Mr. Tam. Mr. Tam, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's still before noontime. I'm very glad to be the moderator of this panel discussion. This morning we will have 4 very renowned experts in the arts and cultural sector. But before they would make their presentation, I would just like to make a few remarks here. I'm so happy that China Daily has chosen arts and culture to be one of the 3 major topics for this morning's panel discussion, alongside with financial services and earlier on innovation and technology. This is perhaps the first time, if not the second time, that I have attended so many forums before, that the organizer actually attached great importance to arts and culture, together with financial services, for example. I personally believe any real cosmopolitan, any real international financial center, it must have a very thriving arts and cultural content. If you look at New York and London, it is a very good example that arts and culture play a very important role in their content, the city's content. So this morning, as the MC just mentioned, we have 4 very renowned speakers. To my left, Ms. Tisa Ho, Executive Director of the Hong Kong Arts Festival. And I've known Tisa for many years, since I was still a policymaker and handling arts and cultural policy myself. So I was part of the guilty one. I heard from the last session that one speaker criticized, or more than one speaker criticized the government's policy. So I was part of the guilty party, but please bear with me. Under TISA's leadership, the Hong Kong's Arts Festival, of course, is a global brand, and it has attracted so many audiences, both to Hong Kong and in recent years online as well. So we will hear further from TISA. And then further to TISA's left is Mr. Matthias Wu. I've also known Matthias for decades as well, when we were both very young. Matthias is the co-artistic director and executive director of SUNY Icosahedron. And in recent years, Matthias has been promoting cultural exchanges through convening the Hong Kong Belt Road City-to-City Cultural Exchange Conference. And then to my far left, Professor Alvin Yip. Professor Yip is the adjunct professor of the Central Academy of Fine Arts. Alvin formerly served as the founding director of Jockey Club Design Institute for Social Innovation and has curated many innovative arts projects at home and abroad. And we will be hearing from Alvin later on his insights, not only in his own expertise, but also some recent development in the mainland as well. And then on Zoom, my good friend Alan, I don't know where you are, but looking at your background, you seem to be in some exotic places.
Unfortunately, I'm just getting over COVID, and so that's the reason I'm stuck here in Thailand, but I'm coming back to Hong Kong on the weekend.
Yeah,
but it looks very good.
Wish you a very speedy recovery, and after that you have 90 days as a recovered person, and you won't be sent to Penny Bay by the government within the next 90 days. So Alan would need no introduction. He's a very successful businessman. Lan Kwai Fong is also a very famous world brand as well. But we will be hearing from Alan in a moment's time about his vision for how to promote arts and culture, not only Hong Kong, but also the region, the Greater Bay Area as well. So I just want to underline two main points before the presentation. One is that in the 14th five-year plan, as we all know, there is a new addition to the positioning of Hong Kong, and being in Cantonese is 中外文化藝術交流中心, is the exchange hub for arts and culture between China and the rest of the world. I think the central government has given this new positioning for Hong Kong, not coming out of nothing or nowhere, but it's on the basis of years of efforts by our talents, our experts, our practitioners, and today with our four renowned speakers as well, to build up the necessary foundation so that we can have the necessary talents, infrastructure, and a good degree of internationalization to allow us to realize that vision. The second point I want to underline is that today we would also touch upon the Greater Bay Area as in the previous two sessions. So the Greater Bay Area is a new addition, not in the 14th five-year plan, but in the 13th five-year plan. At that time, I was still in the government and handling the 13th five-year plan. The vision is that the Greater Bay Area would be the future development or economic engine for Hong Kong and the 9 cities, and together with Macau, for the future decades development. And now that we have the Greater Bay Area now for like 6 or 7 years in the running, where are we today and how we could capitalize on that in realizing the new positioning of Hong Kong being the exchange hub for arts and culture between China and the rest of the world will be another issue that I believe our speakers will touch upon today. So without much ado, perhaps let me pass the floor to Alan first. He would share with us his view on how to do the international promotion of arts and culture, not only in Hong Kong, but also the region as well. So Alan, without much ado, I pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Raymond. I think that this is a very, very interesting topic, especially after listening to the last two sessions. It was very, very interesting. But arts and culture now, as you have said, it's the first time really that Hong Kong is really featured in the 14th five-year plan about Hong Kong being a cultural East-West center for international cultural exchange. And that shows the importance that the mainland government has for Hong Kong. The thing is, what is culture? Basically everything's culture. Culture is about music, it's about museums, it's about art, it's, you name it, dining, everything. The uniqueness of Hong Kong, of course, is the one country, two systems. Most of the West or countries around the world really trust the brand, trust Hong Kong. I mean, and of course, a lot of it got evaporated during our handling of the COVID situation, but the reputation is still there. The reputation will come back very, very quickly. And I believe that especially culture soft power is really a vital part of a country's overall strength. And that's something that it helps to further enhance the attractiveness, of traditional culture. Hong Kong, in general, if we go back in history, we all grew up with Cantonese, with Cantonese opera. We've grown up traditionally with the film. Hong Kong, that was always one of the major things. Shaw Brothers, Hong Kong traditionally in the Far East was the hub for the film industry. Cantopop was another thing that was very, very strong. I mean, I grew up with, and everybody else grew up with Cantopop, and those all came out of Hong Kong, basically. If we look at South Korea today, South Korea, with the government's help, has become very, very important, especially in the way they handle the cultural scene. They've got K-pop, the bands, and all the other music that comes out of there, the TV shows. That really helps to enforce a country about their tradition, about their history. And this is something that I believe Hong Kong we need to expand on. The Greater Bay Area, of course, as Raymond, you rightly said, is something that is really our future. And it's a very interesting story to tell to the world, because how can one country, two systems exist within 86 million people, 11 cities? Hong Kong, again, has always been the east meets west window to the world, window to China. And basically, again, and President Xi Jinping, when he came here, really enforced that on July 1st, that Hong Kong must remain the window to the world for China, and especially the Greater Bay Area. Now, that's a great story to tell. Hong Kong, of course, has come now with many new facilities. The West Kowloon, I've been there from the beginning with the West Kowloon district, and that M+ has suddenly come to the fore. We never had anything like that. Hong Kong needs, because culture needs world-class software. And that's really the key, not just the hardware. If we look at New York, New York is known for Broadway theaters, off-Broadway theaters, and it's a business. Basically, people have always said culture doesn't make money. But you know what? Culture does make money if it's handled in the right way. And London, the West End, these are things, but we need to have the soft power, the software that really will make this happen, like we always had in the past. This is something that governments have to work on, and Hong Kong has to work on to get this back, to get us back and really tell a story to the world. The world is very intrigued with Hong Kong, with the way we handle the system and how we can survive. The Greater Bay Area is also an experiment that's never been done anywhere in the world, and that'll be very, very interesting for Hong Kong to really take the lead with it. And again, the beautiful thing of Hong Kong, we have the freedom of artistic creation in Hong Kong. And that makes Hong Kong an ideal place for the cultural exchange, collaborating between the East and the West. So these are many, many things that we have to work on. Greater Bay Area, I worked on it under the previous administration. I was part of a team that put a paper together for Carrie Lam and China, how it can foster. And there's a lot of problems before it gets further advanced. I mean, unfortunately, the last 6-7 years, it's a great idea. We now have to implement it. It got sidetracked because of COVID. But this is really something that is very, very important for Hong Kong's future. And of course, culture is something, again, it's a story that we have to tell. We have a lot of very creative people. The other very important aspect is it has to start with the education system in the schools. We have to get young people really that should be able to not lie flat, but basically to get out there and really, if they really are interested in the cultural aspect as we always had, let us start in schools like many, many countries around the world. Europe is very well known for that, even the US, where culture is a very big part of the education system. And with that, Hong Kong, we know how to brand ourselves, and that will continue as far as I'm concerned with the world-class art facilities we now have. They'll just get stronger and stronger. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, thank you very much, Alan. I have been impressed by the points that you mentioned. Your first point that impressed me is the mentioning of one country, two system by you. I believe to be a successful international arts and culture hub, the one country, two system is a very important foundation to sustain us to become a real cultural exchange hub in that matter. In fact, if we look at the overall planning and design in the eyes of the central government, of all the three strategic development regions in China, mainly the GBA, the Yangtze River region, as well as the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei area, these three strategic regions, only the GBA has one country, two system. In fact, I believe the previous session, one of the speakers mentioned, even the legal system, there are three legal systems, for example. So with that, I think is a huge plus for us to become a real hub. But having the macro policy would certainly require content. And for that, the Hong Kong Arts Festival is a major brand for years for Hong Kong. But with the new positioning and with the new opportunities in the GBA, Tisa, how would you see the future would be in terms of the curation of program, etc., judging from your own experience? So I pass the floor to you, Tisa.
Thanks, Raymond. And thank you also to the organizers for the invitation. I'm very honored and very, very happy to be here. And I'm very happy to wish China Daily a 25th happy birthday. This is the year that the Hong Kong Arts Festival celebrates a 50th birthday. And so the white hair is not that age, but never mind. In the last session, well, actually, I have three observations to offer. In the last session, I was very taken when Dr. Chan talked about looking at ourselves and looking at what we need to do. So the first observation I wanted to share today was that if we are going to be integrated, if we're going to work with the GBA and help tell the story to the rest of the world, the first thing that we have to do is to take a hard, critical look at ourselves, to see where our strengths are, to see whether we are up to par, to see whether we are able to take a leadership position in the world. Now, I'm thrilled to bits about Hong Kong's role as in international cultural exchange. It's what the festival has been doing in the last 50 years. We are so interconnected globally in our sector. It's not in all sectors, but in the performing arts world. And for me, if I look at something that we can bring to the table, this would be one of the dimensions. And I don't just mean connection as in building bridges, because everybody is building a bridge. Anybody who wants to work in this part of the world is building a bridge to China. So being the bridge is not enough. It is the value add that we bring to it. Raymond, you asked me about curating. One of the strengths of the festival is our curation. It's not just about picking a pretty show. It's about what you do with it. It's about the in-depth conversations that we have, for instance, with the World Symphony Orchestras, to say, don't just give us another subscription concert. Don't just play, the overture, the concerto, and the symphony. Do something that is special and especially meaningful to us, that says something about you, and that makes this relationship meaningful. This is exactly the kind of thinking that I hope we will be able to bring to future partnerships in the GBA and then working with our partners in the GBA to bring these unique offerings with the value add from both sides to the rest of the world. The second point I wanted to share is the symbiosis. We are very proud of Hong Kong. We're very proud of our achievements. We're proud of what we've built, West Kowloon. But Hong Kong remains very small, very land scarce. If we look at, in my sector, in the performing arts industry, the scramble for performing arts venues is unbelievable, I can't tell you. I mean, you know, a diva like Lisa Wang has said, I can't find a date in Hong Kong. So we have an issue. That's one part of the picture. The other part is also performances don't just happen on stage. There are months of preparing backstage. There's months of rehearsal, of trying, of testing, of planning, of preparing, so that people don't come on stage and like this today, we know exactly where we are. But for a complicated show, for a musical, for the kind of Broadway musicals that we like to talk about, it's months of marking and you know, Matthias will know this, knowing precisely where you are and where you pick up, you know, your prop from the next person. Lots of time and space in which to do this work. Space which Hong Kong lacks, and space which, if we look broader afield, we might be able to find. So that's the second thing, symbiosis of needs. We have enormous talent in Hong Kong. We have lots of ideas. We have productions with nowhere to go. And the venues in the Bay Area are fantastic. Spaces are amazing. So there's a real mutuality of need and complementarity. And if we do this, if we can pull ourselves up and know that we're up to scratch, know that we bring something to the table, and are able to find the partnerships to work together, what then do we do? What then do we achieve? Well, let me show you a couple of pictures. Let me see if I can make this work. Okay. This is a Cantonese opera production called Pavilion of 100 Flowers. It was a production that we did for the Hong Kong Arts Festival, in which we took a very traditional classic Chinese opera and took a slightly different approach to how it was done, so that it became more accessible. Younger people related to it very easily. Having done this in Hong Kong, we reran it, and then we took it to Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and Shanghai. This is the beginning. In the beginning of 2020, we were going to take this to London, and then COVID stopped everything, right? So that's where it is at the moment. But I'm hoping that when our borders open up, when everything else opens up again, we'll be able to take it farther afield than that. A very Hong Kong production, Street Dance. I don't know if you guys will recognize some of the people who are now more famous as mirror dancers, who were in this production with us. And this is another production, again, that we work very happily with our partners in Shenzhen. And there's, mention has not yet been made of the Nanyang culture and the shared Cantonese language and so on, but this went down so easily and so well in Shenzhen. And we then took it to Singapore as well, which is also a very urban city, very urban vibe, and it worked. So this is in Asia with plans to go farther afield. The third one is a large-scale opera taking the Dream of the Red Chamber, using 4 of the most eminent Chinese artists working today. This is a co-production that we did with San Francisco Opera. So taking a Chinese story, taking a lot of Chinese talent, working in the US, working in Hong Kong. The production then subsequently went to China. It's big, it's expensive, but there are hopes that this will be revived. San Francisco is doing it again this year. So this will become part of the repertoire and will remain a work that is played from time to time. The last one is an earlier example, but I wanted to end with this because it is the sort of thing that I think makes a lot of sense. This is Green Snake, a production that we did together with the National Theatre in China, with collaboration from the Scottish National Theatre. What happened was that in a conversation among producers, we wanted to tell stories that were well known, and rather than go for, an obvious Shakespeare, we thought the White Snake. And because the White Snake is also very well known, and we like to make things a little bit more interesting, we took the story from the angle of the Green Snake. The work was prepared in China, premiered in Hong Kong at the Hong Kong Arts Festival, and then traveled and toured for about a year in China before it went abroad to great success in New York. So I think we have already, without waiting for instructions to, integrate and do the work with the GBA and the rest of China, we have started. But to respond to your question, Raymond, now that there's the opportunity to do more, we can certainly expedite this. We know how to do this. We know what we're good at. We can become better at it. And this is important work that, I hope we will be able to continue to do.
Very good. Thanks, Tisa. I'm especially impressed by your PowerPoint presentation about some of the work that the Arts Festival has done. I think what I heard from Professor Casey Chen in the last session, he mentioned that Hong Kong should not only be a connector, but a facilitator. But I would venture to advance one more point, and that is we have to be a content creator as well, and blending all the different kinds of culture and make it unique for us, for Hong Kong, to showcase. And like the Green Snake performance, that it has been very successful, not only in Hong Kong, not only in the mainland, but also then globally. So that's how I think Hong Kong can do, and we are proud of that as well. And the second point that mentioned by Tisa about spatial arrangement and, in an urban city like Hong Kong, the spatial arrangement, the urban planning, Alvin is you have many capacity. You're architect, urban planner, arts practitioner, a teacher, educationer. So with all that, so maybe I pass the floor to you for your presentation. Thanks, Alvin.
Well, I would make no claim after Tisa being an expert or teacher of art. So I really try to speak in layman's simple terms. My question today is really out of the box, meaning the white box, museum, gallery, or the black box, theaters, cinema, and so on. I would like to talk about public space and public institutions more. And this is actually my question for today. A greater bay for who and whom. And I would hope you to have a little bit of imagination. And I'm quite sure that when I say who are the future greater baymen, each of you should probably have a very different image in mind. Now, this is mine. On the bottom right, much has been said in the first panel already. Technologies, developing technology. But we really have to also bring in the people, the social entrepreneurs, the environmental entrepreneurs, who could make unharmful use of technology, give them good purposes. That's very important. And of course, from culture, people who are good in writing and speaking, multilingual, trilingual, people who could actually advocate and engage the community. Of course, back to the second panel, less about young people, and I would like to emphasize that that is still kind of the big sector, right? But much has been said about East-West, and I really want to encourage more younger people to look into the North-South, especially the new market, the emerging market in the South. And I think that is really the importance of us being the southern gateway of China. So we're not only talking about 2 cycles, but probably 4 cycles that Hong Kong being the intersection or the locus. Now, I would like to move on more specifically onto not exactly cultural institutions, but really much related educational institutions. And I took liberty to capture this slide from the government Northern Metropolis paper, the report by K.K. Ling and his team. To me, is phenomenal in the history of education. Now, of course, we had the Baptist U being early bird a number of years ago, but we now have Hong Kong U and Chinese U in Shenzhen. The Chinese U opened last year. The UST, new campus is in Guangzhou, opening this year. City U probably next year. This explosion of universities is unseen in human history, including Metro U at Xiuheng, and then probably, perhaps in Fusan. We talk about 7 universities in a very compressed period of time. So, of course, the first panel talks about talents, a lot about talents, right? But then if I try to think from a student perspective, this is what I've Googled, publicity images from the internet. I wouldn't say disappointing, but it's confusing. It's just a lot of building blocks. What are they? Who they are? Are they replica of Hong Kong universities? Are they extension of Hong Kong campuses, meaning these are only the satellites? Or are we, or perhaps ideally, are they mutation, a new generation of educational institute? It's in a way unknown at the moment, simply because I'm not so much an insider. I'm not saying that they don't have the answers, right? But I'm simply saying that these are very important starting points. Now, this is actually a lot more tangible to me when we talk about talents, young people, including the arts and cultural entrepreneurs. Also supported by Jockey Club. A couple of years ago, this was 10 years ago, we organized an Asian Consortium. Every year we have 50 local entrepreneurs plus 50 from overseas, a good spectrum. Japan, Korea, but also Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, and India. Good mix. And they spend 3 days together, spending time together. And this is integration. Many integrations we've talked about earlier. But I think this is a lot easier for someone like me, layman, to understand. They were actually, 10 years ago it was, they were actually talking about ESG. They were talking about diversity and inclusion. They were talking about carbon trade. 10 years ago, now they were quite popular themes and topics in the business world, but these people were the forerunners. And we actually need to put them together, these talents. Because I try not to talk about us for our sake or cultural entrepreneurs on its own. It's because we need each other. The 3 panels basically need each other, and I'm very happy the organizer put us together in the same afternoon, because there are larger issues we have to tackle, complex challenges. And these young people, I really admire when Professor Choi said that we don't have to give them a vision. These people will find their own vision, but we have to give them really difficult challenges. High enough, far enough for a career-long pursuit, something wide and big enough so that people have to work together. So we're not talking about a single winner, but we try to achieve, co-create a win-win-win scenario. Now, I'm about to finish, but I have the privilege to, when I was in Beijing, it was the end of 2015, involved in also a new national new district like the GBA and so forth. I was very surprised being asked as a faculty of Central Academy to join the planning before the regional plans were publicized, because usually the cultural people were the last batch of people being informed about this agenda. And specifically, we had a lot of propositions. For instance, Many of you might know, for example, the 1% arts policy we put into the paper to the central government, meaning that 1% of all construction costs should be put on public space, public arts, public engagement, public arts program, and so forth, or the support for private museum, which is still missing in Hong Kong. We have a few good friends who are now having small private museum, but besides, the government cannot build dozens of museums, right? They relied on the business sectors, the collectors, to do their own as well. So we need to give them incentives. I'm going to do it quickly. We also need policy, not only institutions. For example, for cultural entrepreneurship, this was a term done a couple of years ago. Really try to shift a public transport system or a declining public transport system for cultural use. Natalie is the national champion performing accordion there. Also, our worm champion harmonica were there before. We were sending students to the villages, turning handicraft into modern design. But what's behind is really the concept of circular economy, putting the village onto the digital sales channel. It's not only about traditional product design. By the way, for example, Jinan University, they just got commissioned by the UNESCO, having a new UNESCO research chair and a center of not only arts and craft for GBA, but for globally. It's a world center. And when we talk about connectivity, I think we are really behind in terms of even intelligence and information. I don't know that Hong Kong designers know it, but when I talk to them, talking to the dean, they really hope Hong Kong designers could go to Busan and explore with them. So we need those information as well. Also mentioned by Ms. Tambra in the beginning about intangible cultural heritage. Like with students, we work with a Dutch artist, Anton Vistik, and we built this. We actually created new techniques of putting bamboos together. And for example, this bamboo wheel was 8 meters tall, and it was done in just one morning by 14 students without skills. So I really hope that the younger people were involved with this. And sometimes we actually have the chance to export. This is Venice Biennale, 2006. The work itself, the bamboo, was done by Bamboo Ladders by William Lim, a very good architect and designer. And this is what's important also when we talk about the SAR. We still have certain advantages. In a prestigious event like Venice Biennale, China has one national pavilion. Macau is eligible to have one. Hong Kong has one, and of course Taiwan, but not any other provinces. So actually, it's a lot easier for the architects and designers in southern China to work with us rather than Beijing, because the national pavilion, as usual, is within that camp or that circle of friends in Beijing. So actually, 2014, when I curated again, we actually put up that title called Delta 4. So it's Pearl River Delta 4 cities, the quadrangle. So we really have to use Hong Kong better as a channel for China artists to go out as well. And perhaps I stop here in the interest of time.
Thank you very much, Alvin. I think your idea about north-south is, at least to me, is quite new. Apart from in the past we said east meets west. But with the new positioning and GBA, you mentioned that we may be able to learn or benchmark or make reference to what happened in the north, like what you have mentioned, Song'an, Beijing, or even perhaps Shanghai, or to a large extent as well, Chengdu is also a very thriving cultural city as well. So, but Chengdu, I don't know whether it's west or south. Forgive my geography. But the point is that I think you have made a very good point there, especially when you mentioned a few times the role of government and the role of urban planning in all of this to facilitate the real development of a cultural environment in that region or in the country. So I think this point is very important. You also mentioned about education. You mentioned you have some pictures about the tertiary institutions you found on the internet. I also find them quite dry and boring as well. We have Professor Edward Chen here and Professor Cui Lap-Chi here being the two president of our two very famous universities in Hong Kong as well. Maybe they would have some further exchange with you later on. I don't know. But riding on what you said, taking reference to the mainland, their experienced examples, looking ahead, what we could do as a more innovative way to further develop ourselves as a real arts and cultural hub would be something that I guess we would like to hear from Matthias' presentation. So, Matthias, please.
Thank you, Raymond. Thank you, China Daily, for inviting me. I think today conference, the key words, integration is important, because I think today we always talk about soft power, we talk about integration. I think one function of culture is to integrate, to generate ideas. And I think today's setting is a very good integration, because when we talk about soft power, it's not just about content people like myself as an artist. You need lawyers, you need finance people, you need bankers, you need academic, you need technology. If that can be integrated, you build soft power. That's the Korean model. There's a lot of soft power model. It's based on integration. So I think today, the whole setting, the design of these free meetings, of free layers of meetings, and ending with culture is a very good idea to talk about soft power, because I think soft power is the future of what is going to happen globally, and that is what's happening around the world. And a lot of people talking about talents. I mean, talents is if you have, and the idea of if you have strong soft power, that means people are smarter. And then you can set agenda. You can set trend. So we need to ask ourselves from a Hong Kong point of view, whether Hong Kong people are smarter, whether we can set the trend and the agenda. We used to. But now, could we as strong as the good old days? Okay, I'm not talking about good old days. I'm talking about the future. So I have 10 points based on integration of Hong Kong, because I think we need to have some real action to integrate rather than just talk. So please, I have prepared. I think Hong Kong Shenzhen is very unique in the world, that the two, as just said before, two financial centers are so close together. I think like 30 minutes, very close. It's not like Tokyo and Yokohama. I hope Hong Kong won't end up like Yokohama, okay? But I don't think Hong Kong will. I think Hong Kong have a strong potential, as we all said. I think that the unique opportunity is how we can create this Hong Kong Shenzhen super city, or super whatever it is. This twin idea of twin super city. So I have this 10 action. The first action, I think, is to move our Hong Kong government headquarters to the new territory north. I mean, this is the only way we can really make the government move, is to move the government. And to move the government is very significant, because we can free up the harbor space to create a much more interesting entertainment and finance zone like Singapore or like a lot of big cities. They use up the harbor space to create an entertainment zone. But now the government headquarters, if we move that, I think it would generate a lot of energy, and the government have to set an agenda with time, 5 years, or that's happening in Beijing, in Seoul. A lot of big cities are doing that. And then we can free up and we can create a new entertainment and cultural hub in Central. The second is it possible we develop a new, I call it e-pass, so we can generate flow between Hong Kong and Shenzhen. Or maybe the MTR should connect to Shenzhen so that we can take MTR to Shenzhen. No need to take, It's like going to a North Point station to another station in Hong Kong. Could we do that? with all the new e-technology, I think it's possible, and it is also under the concept of one country system. And then two-way flow is better than one-way flow. I think there's at the moment, what happening 10 or 20 years ago is one-way flow. There are many people flooding to Hong Kong, and they're not two-way flow. And they're only a one-timer, like tourists. But if we have this two-way pass, then talent can move around. And then we can generate a real ecology, we talk about the talent things. It's much more cheaper, than you build housing, because the housing are in Shenzhen if we have the pass, okay? The third is, how could we utilize the border, like what we call the border activate the border between Hong Kong and Shenzhen, and the tech, and whether it's possible to make it an art tech hub to utilize those areas. And the fourth is, Tisa just said, a lot of small and medium-sized art group or art company or design company in Hong Kong, they need space. Is it possible we utilize the space in Shenzhen, and then the company can work both sides? I think we missed the fifth one. Can we go back? Maybe it's my typo. Okay, sorry, I'm missing the fifth. And Hong Kong, not only the Hong Kong Art Festival 50 years, and Hong Kong Philharmonic, Hong Kong Ballet, like my group, SUNY, we call it G9, the professional group in Hong Kong. Could we develop home base in Shenzhen, both sides? Shenzhen is building more than 50 venues now in the next 10 years. And maybe some of the art group can pick up some of the venue, or even could generate a lot of software or program to them. And also, compare with Shanghai, in the national level, there are two performing arts in Beijing and Shanghai. And there's no such national level performing arts academy in the Great Bay Area. Is it possible we work with Shenzhen to create a performing art academy, focus on GBA development? Okay. And also, visual art is also another. Since we have the M+, we have the Palace Museum, but we don't have a visual art academy like where Alvin is in Beijing. There are three major. One is in Guangzhou, one is in Hangzhou, one is in Beijing. But where the Hong Kong and Shenzhen can work together, create a new visual academy that is create talent. That it can create talent, attract talent. We need this kind of platform, the platform that can integrate. And then also, art tech research is also very important. And like DJI, a lot of tech company is in Shenzhen, and how we can really create an ecology that facilitates art tech research is also another thing that we should explore. And finally, about cultural exchange, about East Midwest, we need to do some serious research rather than doing just event. We need to research on how to develop new strategy or understanding. Recently, some of my German friends sent me a book by a young lady from China who moved to Europe. He compiled a manual for young Chinese artists how to develop project in Europe. I think it's a very useful manual. So how to organize it. And then those are the things that infrastructural thing to understand how Goethe Institute work, how the Japan Foundation work, how the Asia Society work. Those are the platform, or how the Singapore cultural policy work. Those are the things that we need to do some research so that artists understand how to facilitate and generate exchange. Those are the 10 things just flow out for for us to explore and discuss. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Matthias. I think your 10 points are very inspiring and forward-looking. At the same time, I find them very practical and pragmatic to do as well. Having heard so many proposed policy initiatives in my previous life, I find your 10 points are actually a good working basis to take the matter forward. Especially, I suggest maybe after this forum, maybe you already have the chance, but I think it's good to communicate those 10 points to the current term government. Not that I have helped Johnny in running his campaign, and now he's CE, but he's a man of practicality. He's very pragmatic. He's looking for solution to issues. He's very forward-looking. Look at, I always praise him for relaxing the border control in the past 10 or 12 weeks already. Everybody, praise him, but of course there are more to do. But my point is that keep on the dialogue with the current term government. I find the current colleagues, they are willing to listen. They're willing to take into consideration the very good suggestion as mentioned by you as well. So without much further ado, I think although the overall forum has been overrun a little bit, but I think we can still afford 10 minutes for some follow-up questions. I do receive one from the audience here. I would read it out. Perhaps it would be more for Alan to respond. So, Alan, you have to pay attention, even though you're in Thailand. The question is like this. I have attended and heard so many events on GBA, but my part of the world does not hear much about GBA. Also, not many positive stories about Hong Kong in international media. So Hong Kong and GBA should target the non-conventional spheres of interest in the West of the world. That's the question, or that's the comment. So especially for our own arts and cultural visions, how would you respond to this question? Thanks, Alan.
I think that at least, what they're saying is very, very true. Actually, as I said earlier, our reputation really has been damaged tremendously. And because we're caught up in a Cold War between the U.S. and China at the moment, and Hong Kong basically is collateral damage. I believe, culture plays a very, very important part. We've got to go back to really coming up with world-class events. To me, Hong Kong needs to, we fell asleep for 4 years, 3.5, 4 years, but we need to really get started again. We have so many facilities now. We have the M Plus Museum, we have the C2 Center, you've got the Palace Museum, we've got many, many facilities, and new things coming, the East Kowloon Cultural Center coming. It's important that we start to really have almost every week. If you go to London or New York again, every week there's shows, there's things happening, and the soft power of it really you don't talk about another city like Michigan or but you talk about New York. And so I think that Hong Kong, we really need to get behind culture, because that's very, very important, not only for the Greater Bay Area, but Hong Kong itself. And then once we should have every week different shows, different plays, different artists, different exhibitions. And once we have that, I really believe that suddenly world opinion will start changing about Hong Kong, because no matter what we say, we could just keep saying Hong Kong has not changed. And I know that November 1st we have many international bankers coming here and whatever, but that's for the financial center. We need to show the rest of the world how important. We have a great history, because before we were colonial, we come from the colonial world before, and then now we're part of China. And so there's great stories to tell, but the government really has to get behind it and really encourage the freedom of people, of young people especially. We've got this panel here that really is part of that's their life is culture, and it's very, very important. It's very rewarding for those people that choose that industry. But I think for Hong Kong itself, we really have to go back to, as I said earlier, building a brand for not only being finance but also culture.
Thanks, Alan. Yes, Tisa.
Can I just jump in and add one more comment? And this is part of the legacy of COVID. We've all been decrying, all the damage it has done. But one of the things it has made the festival do, is to do a lot of work online. And it includes producing original local work online. I mean, I'm going to invite all of you to go and if I may, go and watch a new music production called Po Po, which has to do with aging and Alzheimer's, but it's so touching and so moving. Now that we have been forced to put this online, the target that we wanted to reach is bigger than we would have been able to reach in venues, but more because Hong Kong is such a great place for legal support for intellectual property rights. We have the rights. We will be able to send this anywhere in the world, including Greater China, including the GBA, and after that, to reach the rest of the world. So I think the digital, we're so fortunate to be on the very good side of the digital divide. So I just want to say this is another tool that we have in our arsenal that we should work with.
I think that's a very good point. In fact, we have many representatives from various consulates here as well, and also online. I think when we are telling other people or the rest of the world about a good Hong Kong story, there is one that Tisa mentioned, and that is our legal system, our protection of intellectual property. And that's very important in the artistic creation, the work there as well. I think this is extremely important as well. The second point you mentioned is about digitalization, especially during the past 3 years. We have all learned to use Zoom and many other things. I have watched some of the Arts Festival production online last year as well. So I still find them quite okay. I can sit on my sofa in my own. That's right, and then I can have a bottle of beer and then while watching some orchestra playing. And this morning we have the tech people here as well. So that could be area of cooperation. But I'm more to ask you a follow-up question on the Arts Festival, if I may. It is not what we have discussed a few days ago, but just generates from what I heard. I always think that, I was struck by what Alan mentioned in his presentation. Culture makes money. It looks it sounds very natural coming out from Alan, of course, a successful businessman. But for Arts Festival, I know that Arts Festival has to also have good sponsors as well. My company being one, okay. But I don't want to mention the name. But moving forward, okay, how would you encourage the financial sector people here, and to a certain extent the tech people here, how they will see the cooperation and working hand in hand together with the arts and cultural sector together to make the whole things work? So that's what I want to hear from you.
Oh, thank you. That's a wonderful opening. I think first of all, participate. I mean, if it's for somebody else and you never go and see something, even if we come to you for sponsorship, it's going to be hard. You understand understand what we're trying to do and what the value is that we bring to a community. And then, I mean, I love the way Alan says the arts makes money. Yes, it does, but in a huge spectrum. When I was in Singapore, we were trying to write these papers, and everybody is citing Broadway and West End and how much money it makes and how many tickets it sells in a day. When you look at that picture, you must also look at, I hope, the 200 years of investing in the academies, in the teaching institutions, in the training institutions, in the not-for-profit art sector, in the subsidized sector. It's wonderful to look at something like Les Miserables and how much money it has made. Les Mis came out of the Royal Shakespeare Company, which is a highly, highly, highly subsidized company. And the bankers here, I don't know whether you're angel investors. Those are you will not make your money on every single investment, but the ones that will yield so well. So at the moment in Hong Kong, we have a very limited model of financing for the arts. Charity, sponsorship, a bit from the government, writing grants. But there are many, many different models of different ways that we can do it. From the private sector, one of the things I've been trying to suggest is, for instance, having a bit of flexibility on the GBA, so that if a developer builds something new and there is an arts component in it, a bit like the 2% for arts and culture, then you can integrate shopping, work, the arts and culture, and have some commercial benefit out of it. There's so many different models. I'd love to write, maybe I can write an article for China Daily, exploring the different models how arts can be funded. Pitching for a little gig here. But there are so many things that we can do. And my first comment is to take a critical look at ourselves to see whether we are up to scratch. And one of the things that I think we need to examine is, do we know what models there are, which are working for us, and are we limiting ourselves? And in what ways are we just doing what we know how to do in a kind of knee-jerk sort of way? So I think opening our own minds up is so important.
Very good point, actually. I do have one last question for both Matthias and Alvin, and that's on talent. But I just want to respond to what Tisa said very quickly. Alan has mentioned to a very limited extent the West Kowloon Cultural District. In my time in the government, how we see the West Kowloon Cultural District, its potential, is together with the high-speed train just next to it. At that time, our vision is that it could be a very convenient vehicle to bring along not only talents, but also the audiences, the businessmen, the financial service people from GBA. Very easily, even a day trip to the West Kowloon Cultural District, and also together with the other business appointments. So business and arts and culture together, that's the concept by then. So it goes back to the question of urban planning, or the planning of the spatial arrangement of a city. But in the interest of time, I just want to raise the last question, and that is talent. In Hong Kong, our young people, they dream of their future. But if you are telling them what their career would like to be, I don't know whether they would, as a first priority, say, I want to be a arts practitioner or a cultural sector practitioner. They may think about something else. So how do you, both of you see how we could attract enough young talents to enter into this sector or industry so that we can have a sufficient pool of talents for our future growth? Maybe Alvin, you go first, if you don't mind.
Sure. Although I actually like to quickly follow up with with that previous question, because Art Festival is like 51 years old now, 51, 50, and SUNY 45, 40 years old. We have to let's for example look into the big charities like Donghua Samyun, right? You all come across in the last 15 years the movement of social entrepreneurship. It is impossible to ask these institutions with history to adopt a completely new model. How do you report to the board? But you could always have a lot more subsidiaries, cultural enterprises, startups. That's why I was really trying to encourage that. Perhaps I was only showing the photos of the younger generation. But actually, it was proven quite a success when we have these big charities, and then they have these offsprings, mini social enterprises. And I think that the cultural sector could also look into that model. But okay, back to talents. Yes, back to talents. Now, I think we really have to look into our master degrees. Now, bachelor, very much restricted, all right? When you talk about universities, of course, there are a couple of universities offering all the way from fine arts to cultural management and so forth, right? So there are enough degrees. But master degrees is actually very attractive to the best talents in mainland China and also the rest of the world. And also, of course, for a couple of years now, the master students, after they spend 1.5 or 2 years, they could stay behind in Hong Kong to look for a job. It's actually a very, very important way to attract let's say attract talents to come to Hong Kong and experience GBA and see the opportunities and so forth. So I think that we really have to reinforce. But of course, there's this clear line between the government-subsidized master program, bachelor program, undergraduate program, and then the self-financed master program. I do think that we have to really to help the master programs to grow if we want those.
Or we can seek for some commercial sponsor for those master programs as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Matthias.
I think master, we need to get some real master to teach the master program. It's not. I think practitioner-led master program had a lot of potential because Hong Kong had a lot of practitioner in F&B, in food, in every area. But the existing program, we need more skill space. Skills doesn't mean skills mean the skill set and the mindset. And from my experience, I like to what SUNY has been doing. Each year we provide a lot of internships, some on art tech. We just have a tour in Poland, 4 cities in Poland, supported by the Hong Kong government, and we bring about 20 young people to Poland to perform, and also a backstage, front stage. So we also bring young people to China. For example, when we perform in China in different cities, we will there, and we also have some fellowship like 4-6 week master class arranged in our counterpart in China. So I think we want to bring in practical experience. I think what Hong Kong, I won't say problem, I think for education, I think it's a practical skills or doable skills that is what is needed in tech. Not just in art, I think in every area. People are searching for young people who can really do things, have a certain discipline and a certain quality. And as an institute, this year, 40 years, I think we like to, based on our experience, to create platform that can facilitate and create exposure for young people and further explore and to train up people. In Japan, it's very interesting. In Japan, a lot of training is company training in the art tech field. So like engineer, go to an audio company and become an audio mixing engineer. So I think different cities have different things. And I would suggest China Daily to develop a full day on soft power, on tech and art and a lot of things. I think it's a lot of topic we can explore and discuss. Thank you.
Many thanks. Given the very rich sharing at this panel discussion by our 4 very renowned speakers, it will not do them justice for me to summarize. But suffice for me to say that there are many fruitful thoughts to take forward, not only for the cultural sector people, but for the tech and also financial sector people as well. And next time, I know that there are government officials present this morning, but if at any further panel discussion in future, Mr. Chow, I suggest that maybe you can bring the relevant policy secretary to have a dialogue as well. That would be useful as well. And with that, I would like to invite all of you to give a big hand to our 4 very good speakers this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Tan, our panelists. Please remain on the stage and let's take a small group photo. Please take a look at the camera in front. Thank you. Please come down to the stage and have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored by your attendance today, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, China Mobile and Easy Charge, and would like to thank all our supporting organizations and media partners. They are Bay Area Hong Kong Center, Federation of Hong Kong Industries, Greater Bay Area Homeland Youth Community Foundation, the Greater Bay Area Association of Academicians, Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area Hong Kong Social Service Professional Alliance, Hong Kong Design Center, Hong Kong General Chamber of Commerce, Hong Kong Trade Development Council, Hong Kong Young Industrialists Council, Invite Hong Kong, the Chinese General Chamber of Commerce Hong Kong, the Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong, Treasury Markets Association, Asian News Network, China News Service Hong Kong Branch, Finest, Xinbao, Phoenix TV, 大公报, 文汇报, News. Thank you again, and the conference would not be possible without your support. We have just concluded the 2022 Greater Bay Area Conference. Now, on behalf of the organizers, China Daily and the Hong Kong Coalition, I would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to you all. Thank you for your time. I'm sure many of you may already have some inspirations and takeaways from our eminent keynote speakers and panelists. Thank you once again.